online.
Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Is it live now? Eh? Wait.
Dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
Is my screen visible?
Yep.
Okay, you guys can start.
Alright, let's head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Winter Series Season 1 right now that you are witnessing. Of course, we're going to be getting into the quarter-finals right now, the first game. We have like 4 best of 3s today, but the first game will be the between Rome Gap and Peak. I think we're familiar with both of these teams, but here into the casting day, it's going to be me, Debbie, and alongside me, it's going to be Sarah yet again. We're going to be staying with you guys for a long while. So, Sarah, are you here?
Yep, I am here indeed, and Debbie, honestly, this is one of those matches where you do not want to miss out on any of the games, and if that happens, you know what? You will be missing out on a lot. This is the quarterfinal stage, and we have Rome Gap versus Team Peak, so obviously, we will have to be looking forward to a lot.
Yeah, that's why it's important that you know what to ban and what to remove here. I think for the side of Rome Gap, I think they missed out into the first ban, which is not the best thing you really want to do, because you don't want to miss out the ban against Peak, because they have a very wide hero pool, especially into the mid side. So let's see how the bans are going to be looking like, because Hilda removed and the Jushin as well. This should be a Grok, either a Grok or a Sora ban, or do they want to try to, keep those 2 heroes?
Sora is like a double-edged sword at this point, and you can just give him away and take the Valentina instead. So technically, you can just keep Sora open, and that's one of the easier tactics to just, you know what, get a Valentina into your hands, because then you will be getting to copy the mid lane, the roam, as well as any of the other ultimates, which are viable. So of course, they will be taken out on the Grok here. Most possibly a Jushin could be taken out. And on the other side, we will be able to possibly see, you know what, one of those Garukaja, Chip, Fovius, the EXP lane bans which we see so far.
Definitely. And I think with the first one that they missed right now, it's gonna be them choosing out onto the poison for a roam gap, like you already said. Sora can be a double-edged sword even if they first pick it. The Valentina always comes through. So I think they could go for a safer choice of a ban completely out of the ordinary, which they can remove and try to keep heroes for their side. There we go. It's gonna be the Kadita ban here. So now it's gonna be into the hands of Peak whether they wanna ban away the Sora or they wanna keep it, try to counter it with the Valentina altogether, and try to remove every other heroes that they want here. Because I think it's definitely gonna be a good option if they let go of the Sora and try to keep out the Valentina for themselves. So what should be a good option of ban here? Give is also available. Oh, carry instead, huh?
Yeah, definitely aiming for one of those, you know, tanky compositions, probably the Esmeralda, probably the Freya on the gold side. So all of those are possibilities which these teams could be looking forward to, and we would be seeing one of those very soon.
First pick though, no Sora whatsoever. Okay, there we go. It's gonna be the Fredrin. Interesting enough, Fredrin hasn't been a good first pick hero, man. So this should be a wait. They could go for the Eve, or because Fredrin against the Eve is such a good hero against the Fredrin too. But they wanna go for the Versa, one of Savage Warrior's signature picks, I would say, because he loves playing this Versa as well. But then again, I think he's just trying to go and have out that bigger scale of the ultimate. But Freya is definitely gonna be open right now. It's gonna be picked away by Peak here. But for the side of Room Gap though, what should be a good hero right now? They cannot go for the assassins anymore.
Exactly so. And you know what? The problem is going to be like you pick up a Fredrin so early, you are actually giving your opponent the option to pick up other heroes which can counter that. Recently, the Balmond has been rising up in the meta due to some of the patch reworks,
I will
but we'll
choose my
see how
own
that
path.
works out because there's a Freya gold lane already being locked in. And should be very easily seeing one of those funny little picks, like possibly another fighter onto the EXP or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, just those things which works out for all of these teams altogether.
The thing about
Bound
Humin
by heaven's
onto the side of
mandate,
Peak Diplomat is
my
that
legacy
a
shall
Peak, I mean,
endure.
he doesn't really play the utility, so they are gonna have to set him up for an assassin. So that's why it's very important that they get the Freya into the gold lane side, which means they actually can have a tanky and a good winning lane, a bit of a utility into the gold, so that they can actually have a focus onto the jungle and make it a score. But now the direct counter for the Arlot, that is gonna be the Phobius, very very obvious. So they have to take it away. But
I am
now the
not the
rooms
only
and the
one
XP
bound by
laners
these
should
chains.
be banned here by Peak. What are the options though? They can actually removed. Wait, not the Expellion. It should be into the Goa Claude, but they already have the Freya though.
That's exactly the point. And now they have double fighter into both the lanes, which means that Team Rongap,
Let's
they
hear from the crowd.
definitely need to be
Make some
picking up
noise for
on
yours truly.
one of those heroes, possibly a marksman, who can actually counter those two fighters. He needs someone to melt down the front lines, because otherwise, the Zacian is going to have a lot of trouble trying to keep
Thorns
up
remain
with the dive
should
in that is
petals
going to come
fall.
in. And then, of course, the Fredrin would not be able to shred as much as he would want to, because he's frontlining, but for what? What is the goal laner really going to do if he cannot melt down those frontliners?
That's true, and yeah, this is for the side of Peak now. Actually, for room gap, they can highly focus onto the jungle here, especially those assassins. The Fanny is still out there available. So, but for the side of Peak, they need to have a focus onto the goal or the Rome here. This is a good combination. So they want to focus onto the Rome a little bit more than the gold here. The Minotaur taken away. Maybe they want to go for those full divey composition where the Minotaur can come in very handy. But now I think it should be the Fanny ban. Do they want to ban the Fanny, or do they really want to instead of Fanny with the Fredrin already and let it go and try to ban out a completely different hero? Wow, Guinevere. Huh?
Guinevere is actually a funny choice, because Guinevere is a pick
Yeah.
which is usually taken up in the
I'm
jungle
born with
against the
talent.
Yep.
Frederick, because you've got
My
at
mission
least like
is
a
to
4 second
protect lives.
constant knock-up stun duration, and that is just
Mhm.
enough for the Freya and the Farsa to burst down the Fredrin, provided it's not late game and he doesn't have a lot of sustain. So
Yeah.
that's honestly a fun and justified ban. And onto the side of Peak, they really need to think through what they want to pick up in their jungle. They could go in for the X-Borg, but then Zacian is gonna melt down the Viraga armor. Onto the side of Rongap, but they have got a pretty decent setup so far. Bush is gonna go in for the Tigreal now. I mean, you could pick it up, but then
Tigreal.
that's going to be a lot of purifiers in the enemy though.
Yeah, I think it's kind of valid that they pick out the Tigreal here because I feel like they're kind of expecting a bit of assassin to come through from Huamin. But never mind, Leomore. I've completely forgotten about Leomore. Oh man. So there we go. This is gonna be the Leomore, and this makes the Tigreal completely useless hero to ban and to come through here.
Valor and
I think
loyalty in
the
a
Natan
dead
is a
body.
tad bit too much for them. But if they are able to create the early spacings that they require,
This is an amazing game. A
All
lot of meta
troops
picks on the
deployed.
hands of Peak. peak with the Leomord, the Varsa, the Freya getting locked in on into their respective lanes, while we will be seeing a more of a comfort pick style coming in from Zach. So we'll see how it executes.
It's been a while since we've seen the Natan, and I really, really hope it works out very, very well. Especially against a hero like the Freya, you don't usually win out into the lane, man. But hey, I think they might be able to have a good start into the early game because I think Eden might eventually be having a better time into the laning phase since we talked about the Freya always winning out to the 1v1 situation, which means that they'll be able to have a rotation quite fast enough. And the first start together with the Z10, I think it's gonna be a little bit of a 50-50, so they have to be very, very careful onto the mid lane side because whatever regions has been opened up, they cannot let their guard down because onto the other side, this is a Leomord jungle who would have a good clearance into the jungle into the early phases of the game. And when you have those kind of snowball, you cannot really stop him. So they need to shut down this jungler as early as possible.
That's exactly what the early game potential of the Leomord is actually quite a lot, and the problem is that Fredrin doesn't have an equal amount of jungle clear, so it's going to take the Fredrin some time before he can actually catch up in terms of EXP or level to that Leomord. But so far it's looking decent because I think the Zayshan did manage to leash out a bit of Fredrin's farm while in fact, if you notice, the Fredrin is ahead. He reached level 4 before the Leomord.
Okay, that's actually very, very good for Yuki here for a roam gap. Onto the
Oh
bottom
my
lane
god.
side, that's gonna be Savage. Okay, one
Wow.
good rotation was all it takes, man. This is the problem with the Firestar because of the mobility that
Exactly.
this Firestar have. He's always gonna be able to rotate out. So this is actually gonna be a winning XP lane now, XP lane side now, so they can actually set up for turtle.
Pretty much, and the feathered airstrike has been used as well. Targaryen will be forced to recall as Team Peak should be easily able to take this turtle. There's even pressure at the red buff area, and I'm pretty sure they would be looking for some kind of an invade. But yeah, the Zayshan will be using up that ultimate a little defensively and a little too early. There we go, the Phantom Steed is going to come in
What?
along with Targaryen pushing them, trying to push them away. The Fred with the Freezer's Wrath is not going to do anything for now, and he is going to get taken down.
That was a fast move, yeah, but it has to be a little bit of hesitation coming through from Harvin that they give away the turtle too. So it's Warrior, but look at that feather airstrike.
Definitely. One of the, like, it's just Savage Warrior signatures. Why do you give them these heroes? And honestly enough, I feel like the Arlot, it's a fair choice against the focus and everything, but it's
Yeah.
very weak in the early game. When you're picking up a Nathan, you would want some kind of an EXP lane who has the potential in the early itself to win his early, but that's just not happening.
Yeah, this does look like a board of a. I think the Ireland who doesn't really have that good early start. Oh, never mind. That's another Feather Airstrike 1v1 situation. Savage Warrior! He's just, creating dominance into the mid lane side, and now he will be able to rotate faster than ever, even without the presence of the Feather Airstrike, because they are handicapped, right? One member down. But Unitip, though, in a very good position. They can go for the engage.
Exactly, and they will be looking to actually get the poke kind of a damage output that they possibly can, because that's what the Zacian is for. You just deal damage
Mhm.
from a long range and you force your enemies to stay in their own area, but somehow or the other it's not working this time around. It's probably because
Yeah.
the Zacian is just a little too scared himself to just go out of that turret, because look at that, the pressure, because the Farsa, what happened with him almost twice already, that's what makes the difference. And now they are going to be going in from the top. Entropy will be used up, but the
Oh.
stuns are going to come in from the Red Strike anyways. Idols, they're definitely doing a lot, zoning 3 people away all by himself. So that's something amazing for the side of Peak right now. The goal lead completely in their favor, nearly 2.5k, and that's going to be the second uncontested.
And this might eventually give way for the Hunter Strike to come through for the side of the Leomord here. Onto the top lane though, look at that.
We're going to see if we can engage come in. No entropy this time, and in this fave trial will be taking it down. Reaper trying to sustain quite a lot amidst 5 people, but it's not going to help them stay alive. And they should be able to take down that turret quite easily, but then again, Bush is there for the cleanup of the minions. But for now, Freya definitely looking for a re-engage. Yeah, no, that's just warning shots.
Yeah, a trade out, a little bit of a trade down to the blue buff here right now. But Humin, though, I think he will not be able to reach there on time. They cannot really try to punish under the Fredrin right now because they don't really have the movement speed that can reach him on time. But already we can see the glowing one built away by Savage Warrior. That's a very, very early one too, and no one will be able to get the War X as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a sustain in the damage that's going to be coming through from the side of Phobias here yet again. So they can actually focus again onto the XP lane side. And this time around, I feel like Rome Gap, they are just a little bit lost in what they are trying to set up for. Because most of the time when you see a Tigreal, you might want to have a good ambush, but you cannot really ambush when the opposing side they have all tanky frontliners, and the only one that you can target, which is the Savage Warrior onto the far side, he have the Purify yet again. So I think this has been a mistake. Even if we try to go for a good implosion set, I'm afraid that they're going to be losing out a lot of the damages and they won't be able to take anyone down.
That's exactly the problem, right? Because, oh no, look at that. Savage Warrior trying to solo a Nate and
Oh,
nearly gets it. He
okay.
nearly makes the kill. But yeah, Nathan is a Nathan after all. That attack
Yep.
speed, which he has, it's just kind of overpowering. He would have still gotten it with the region saving. But here, Frederick is one in a lot of danger right now. The final
Oh,
slash breaks the moments and turn. People will be finding Chip, but Yuki will be taken down as well. And now they are going to be pressuring the bot lane a bit, putting those people in their place as they move towards the third turtle of the game, and it should be another easy kill for them.
that could have been so much worse for the side of Rome Gap, but then they finally found a good shutdown, and it's not really a shutdown, but a good kill onto the hands of the Natan here. I think it's illiterate try. I think he can try to go for a bit of more damage, but he's still gonna be needing at least two items before he's able to decide the required damage that the Natan is gonna be capable of. And there's also the thing that even though Peak lose out their mates right there, it's the only casualty that they are looking for, and they are still into the goal lead. A lot of goal, 4k goalie is what they have, and it's mainly into the jungle side because the farms coming through from Hamin in comparison to the Fredrin to Yuki is definitely not the best case scenario here, and they are gonna be stealing onto the red buff yet again and deny, so they're gonna have a good level lead. But mid lane though,
Yep, Farsa definitely gonna be weeded right inside that mid lane tier 1, but there's no backup from the rest of the team, and little more built there with disruption on the backside of the Panic Steed, trying to get the damage dealers out of the scene before we get taken down. Eden will find Nathan in a 1v1 while no one is going to get the kill onto Yuki. So that's a 3 for none, despite the initiation being perfect from the side of Rome Gap.
three for none and a mid lane turret. That's the best. That's the most important turret that you have into the game, and they are going to be losing it now, which means that the jungle is going to be open. Even given the fact that the jungle has been open for a long, long while, even without the take onto the mid lane turret, now it's going to be giving them a bit of a more of a leeway there. Though top lane, they might have to clear it away, but look at that, Eden.
He's gonna be trying to find out all by himself, but that's a little too much for him to
Um,
handle because the Nathan, he is kind of free hitting in this fight. Oh, no one trying to mark him down a bit, but that's also
oh,
quite a bit. Freezes rather than inflation gonna be catching him off guard, and he will get taken down in a 1v4. The rest of the team
mhm.
will not there for the backup yet because, yeah, they kind of know they do not want to lose any more lives in that situation.
Yeah, they already a tad bit too late. They just want to risk giving away the life of Eden. Never mind. One minute.
He's gonna get caught out as well. Savage Warrior and Roaming both are gonna fall just before the Lord. Not the best of situations, and then just
Yeah.
continue for a minute.
This is actually, yeah, the Lord will be free right now. This is perfect timing for the side of Rome Gap here, and they'll be able to secure onto the Lord here. I think pick they did throw out a little bit into that fight, even though it's kind of worth it to take a turret, but it's not worth it if you're gonna be trading out with your life there. You wanna have a never mind, that might be a good part where the implosion coming through into the mid lane. This engage is coming in as well. No one will be taken down. The feather attack coming through, but Reaper will be able to destroy into the mid lane side. There's gonna be a re-engage coming through. Aiden might be taken very low, and Elo's favorite child will be able to grab a kill onto Eden. That is Nathan. He have the entropy and he has got the damages right now. Peak, they don't have that much of a good clearance. They cannot lose out anymore. Remember before fighting on onto this onto this lord, and I don't think they have any ways to clear it out. These kind of look good for the side of a room gap now, but top lane though, Phantom Seed coming in as well, but oh, he lose Favorite Child. Nah, not a good positioning here. If he was alive, I think they could have taken at least one turret.
Yep, they could have taken not only one, they could have in fact tried mid lane as well because that's the pressure you need to deal with. Yeah, look at the Brethren had to go in for 1v2, was definitely pushing them away, but Moonship tries to do the same with the rest of the members. Eden definitely tried to go in for a jump in and closely not catch them. But Reaper, despite the Final Slash getting used up, will lose his life in the process. So that's not the best of trades you want to see. Losing your marksman up top in a clear burst from the Farsa and Leomord, and also losing your EXP and Worm in the bottom lane. Just a little bit over-ambitious, I believe, given the fact that they're at a goal deficit right now.
They did try out a little bit. If it had been happening to the other side, could have been worth it. But mid lane,
Going to see the dive in coming in, but Eden will be the one falling prey because Nathan, he is dealing quite a lot of damage. The Phantom Seed going to be used up right inside the inhibitor. Final Slap going to catch him.
oh,
Can he escape? Nope, that's a little bit too much for even Huamian to handle. Despite all the farm, he will die. And the next slot, it's going to be up in under 50 seconds. I think that's a safe trade. The goal laner for the jungler and the goal laner for the jungler. Yeah, that's two goal laners and two junglers down. Okay.
it's equalized. But then again, they will be up when the time for the Lord is there. But then you need to have a focus onto the goal that the illusory try already have. He's catch up to the goal that Eden has been farming for, and he have the Windtalker. Surprising enough, but top lane, I mean bot lane, Eden. Okay, Reaper. What?
Aiming for a 1v4, which is not the wisest of decisions, I'll say, and he is gonna be paying for it, obviously, with his life itself, and now the Lord is gonna be up in another 7 seconds, and Team Peach should be able to secure that without any competition, because they do not even have the enemy EXP laner to disrupt anybody.
Exactly. So and now I think. Oh wait, never mind. Look at that ton.
Yeah, the warrior practice is coming as well. The implosion could make a play here, but he is too low to do anything and manages to escape with like 1 HP with a feather dash trying to reach up too. But the Fredrin, he doesn't really have any kind of option to go
Top
and
lane.
for the Lord. But look, oh look at that, the base though! Oh my goodness, is he gonna be going in
Okay.
for it? Nah, the Freya finally managed to recall, and the Fredrin doing his best to stay alive, but no, he can't. Even Reaper is gonna fall prey to everything. But you know what? Brand strategies, are they gonna start working with tournaments now? Is the question. Or nope, okay, child is gonna be punished.
Oh.
Good implosion, but what the heck? There is no damage at all from the side of Roam Gap, and they are just not gonna be able to convert those setups at all because hey, everything's dead.
Everyone's dead, and the Lord is in favor for the side of PK. It's gonna be marching into the top lane here yet again. There should be a lot where they'll be able to take at least one inhibitor and the mid lane turret too. But they should try to sink it a little bit though. But yeah, that was a questionable move coming through from the side of Grow Room. Yeah, even if they are trying to give it all in into the hands of the Natan, they could have just waited out just a little bit. But he was brought back. He recalled on time, so they could have backed it out right there. But like you said, a bit of a rank strategy. They couldn't really do anything about it. They couldn't really end. But there's also a fact that he was able to get out the Holy Crystal with one wave, two wave that is, and a turret. So that was actually good on point for them. But your favorite child, I think he'll still be able to do it. Look at that implosion.
Yep, that's a good setup coming in, but Zacian did try to do something with that, but the Farsa will be taken down. Brave Child definitely figures out of the situation, but the Freya is there. There is nothing for... Oh my god, but he actually manages to escape the entropy while Freya will also be taken down, and now the chase is going to be coming in from the side of Roam Gap onto Yunchip as well as Wamin, but will they commit to it is the question. Oh no, the Tornado sends Yunchip right back into the fight. He will not be finding an escape this time around, as Illustrated Child will find the kill. He tried to escape and he manages to get the shutdown with 1 HP remaining onto him. All they need to do is push forward with the mid lane. There's 3 people down on the side of Peak, and they should be able to easily find that turret. But no, oh, the feather air strike.
Oh!
It's cancelled. Zacian and the final flash at the right moment. Wind of Nature getting used up by Illustrated Child. But hey, Phobius is Phobius, and now Freya is here for the backup with the Valkyrie form. Just trying to deal as much damage as he possibly can. Diving in onto the back line. Reaper gonna be taken down very low. Eden trying to chase down. Doesn't have the points for the dashes, but has the range with the ultimate. A complete turnover of events gonna be seen.
Yeah, that was. It could have been so much better for Room Gap if the Natan was still alive, illiterate, unable to do anything here. And no one also. A good jump, he's been always playing here. I think it's gonna be a 1v1 bot lane, but he is still able to walk away. Look at that.
Yep, Rupert just dashes outside the safety range of the base, which is not, again, not the best of decisions, I'll say. But hey, what can you do? You're an Arlot, you are impulsive, and you use whatever dash mark you find. And if that takes you out of the safety range, you go out of the safety range.
Yeah, that is what they have been playing around with. And I think these two teams have a lot in common here. They want to take risks, and sometimes those risks are never worth it, but they are so equalized onto however planning or mentality that they have. They usually neutralize every loss that they have with the bad engages that they usually do. They just want to go for the fights. And the thing about Peak is that they are a team that can stay into the team fights. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, definitely Zacian getting a brilliant setup right there.
Oh!
5-man ultimate. Leomord and Freya trying to go in for a little bit of engage right there. And the Freya, oh, will get yeeted right inside the base though. But the amount of attack speed and the regen she has from the War Axe is too much. Oh, Nathan, it's the Nathan versus the Freya. It's the Nathan versus the Freya. And the ranked strategy from the Nathan will find Team Rome Gap. An amazing sneak.
able to pull it off. And with the Winter, I think the attack speed onto the base was also perfectly well done. And the fact that Peak were so distracted that there wasn't anyone who could recall on time except for Yuntip onto the Hylas, who does not have a clearance. If it was anyone like Savage Warrior or Hamin, I think he could have cleared out just a little bit, but I don't think it was actually really possible too. But hey, Ragnartarn seems to work here.
But just really amazing whatever this Nathan did, and I guess that's what comfort picks all the way. But hey, that was game number 1 for the first best of 3, and we'll be taking a quick short break, so we'll be right back.
Hold your ground, keep your name, let conviction stay the same. Not to conquer, not to dominate, but to exist without regret. Everything we think matters, dreams, moments, quiet happiness. Unless this feels right, the world reminds us how small we are. Their lives were not meaningless, their voices still remain. Gives way to
Restart.
Nothing can withstand
Let's go.
delivering.
Wait. Oh,
Against the
DS versus
endless
Yama.
erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Yeah, let's go. And well, welcome back to the second game of this best of three, where we saw Team Aronga pull off the comeback of a lifetime, we'll say. And honestly, it's one of those strategies we use in our ranked games. Just keep pushing down one lane while the enemy is distracted. And I think that's why a pure marksman will
See value
always,
in me?
always, always be superior to
You
a fighter
should.
goal lane, no matter what the meta is. So as that happens, we are back into game number 2, and we will be seeing then immediate Boxia and Fredrin ban coming in from these two teams. Quiet possibly should be able to see the Jushin getting taken out along with the Grok and the Sora, like we have been mentioning so far. The Hilda could be a choice as well, since it's a dangerous grass map, and this will be me, Sarah, once again back with Debbie.
Yep, we are back in game number 2. This is what we are trying to focus on. Maybe, this time around, Peak will focus more onto their mapped rather than going for the team fights. Yeah, just say uncalled for. But okay, Hilda bent away, so this
Fight!
should be a growth
Fight
ban
for
if they
the
don't want to
ultimate
group, because
answer.
I'm pretty sure that Yuntip might want to play the team. I'm joking. He might be able to play out the Grok
My
also,
strength
because
grew
I
weaker by
always
the
try
day.
to focus on, seeing the teams banning out the Grok, because it have so much worse, especially against those assassin junglers. You don't wanna face a Grok when you are in your jungle into the early stages of the game, because the dude is a very tanky, and he does have a lot of damage with the passive as well, and it can be a border into the early stages of the game, so
Butterflies
you might want to
born by
remove
thy
that too. But
wish,
Juicin
guarded
is such a
by
red Simon.
lantern's
But I
light.
don't understand though why they remove the Fredrin when they were the one who could actually play, because I don't think that Peak love playing the utility, or I may be wrong.
That's exactly what. And the Jushin has been taken out, and the problem with these teams is they can just pick up whatever they want, and it will work out for them. And you know what? It just works. Somehow it just works.
Yeah, it does. You cannot brainstorm here, because like you already said, comfort is over anything meta, and I think when you are so understanding of what your heroes are capable of, you
I'm
usually stick with
born
your
with
comforts
talent.
and go for that kind of comfortable style of gameplay, and this can really be
Nothing
a big
can
factor into
withstand
the second game
delivering.
as well. So I
Against
think
the
they
endless
should just go for
erosion,
the respect bans
my
here. I think
strength grew
444 onto
weaker
the
by the
Zetian is
day.
so amazing. He was so amazing with the timings of the Fury of the Phoenix. So what can they ban here? Because these two teams, Sarah, they completely ignored the Sora too in that first game.
Dwells within the spirit,
That's
trying
exactly
to
what. And
embrace
I think
all
that comes to
that
say
you
with the fact,
are.
like I mentioned, the Sora is a very double-edged sword after all. And that's exactly the problem which happens with a Sora pick. And you give away the Sora, you are giving away the Valentina as well. So that's an amazing, huge ultimate being just baited out of your team. And the hero itself,
My tail's
without
been itching for a
the
real
ultimate
fight.
is actually not that useful, we can say that.
Welcome to my
Yeah,
castle,
so that
my
kind of
friend.
contributes to the fact that you do not want to either pick it nor take it at the same time. So, yeah, it's just one of those picks you can either give away or pick, but for no advantage yourself.
Sand rises when I give the
Now
word.
that we talked about comfort, they are back to the meta. Bro, this is a Grok. And of course, the direct counter for a Grok should be the Khalid. And
Khalid,
they pick out
yeah.
the Khalid again. Yeah, for Bush. Uh, so Leomord Khalid.
Valor
So
and
this,
royalty
if
in a
if it's
dead
good, they
body.
can go Sora Valentina. If I'm not overthinking, like
Against the
high
endless
stakes
erosion,
games.
my
But
strength
no,
grew
they will
weaker
be
by
going
the
for
day.
their comfort. That's gonna be the
As you
carry
move to
very
meet
early
your
on
mom.
against the hero like the Khalid and the Leomord. And what can they pick here? Toe carry?
True power dwells
Cho
within
carry
the
could
spirit,
work, but
trying
why
to
would you pick Cho when
embrace
there's a Grok
all
anyway? Because
that you
Okay,
Cho
okay,
doesn't.
I forgot.
Yeah, no, it's like Cho works in the EXP, but it's not that effective in the current meta.
Nah.
If this was
Mhm.
2020, Cho was just, you
Payback
know,
time.
one of those
He was
icons.
one of those. He's always been a mascot for the MLBB in India, so I think that's also one of the reasons. But Savage Warrior yet again onto the Farsa against a Khalid, a Leomord. I don't know. He's that must be a comfort choice of pick again, and Reaper onto
I will
the
choose my own path.
Arlott. You know, the last time, the first game, he was on the losing lane, but then they kind of win it out. I think the team fights were like it wasn't that much of an importance because they won it by playing the rank style. But Lancelot again
Thorns
banned away.
remain,
I mean,
should
what can they
petals
ban here for
fall.
peak though?
For peak, honestly, team roam gap, they kind of need a mage. So the Kadita could be a choice here, like a decent ban.
Mhm.
Because yeah,
Mhm.
444, we have seen him play those heroes quite often in rank, not in tournaments I would say, but in rank definitely I have seen personally. But the Zacian has been
Oh.
taken out instead, so the Zacian
Oh.
was definitely an issue into the first game as we can
Crowned by
see.
heaven's
And
mandate, my
I
legacy
mean,
shall endure.
the Zacian
Okay.
versus the
I
Farsa.
am
Yeah,
not the
against the
only
Farsa, it's
one bound
definitely a
by
valid
these
choice. The only
chains.
thing is
Wow.
whether they give the Kadita or not. Yeah, it is going to be the Kadita after all. But with that,
That's a good ban.
if we notice, yeah, all the bans are done. And for picks here, they could go in for the Nathan still because the Nathan is actually a pretty good
Oh.
counter to the carry because carry is weak against magic damage.
True, and he does have the ranged. And oh,
Oh,
Alina picked. Okay, this
okay.
is kind of a direct counter for the Farsa when the for the airstrike is unleashed upon. I for now I think they should play the van, because I see the lack of lockdown coming through from the side of a roam gap if they wanna play the Fanny for peak, and a nice van coming through from the side of a roam gap as well. They removes out the Fovea so that the Arlot can at least have a greater time into the lane. There we go.
Sir,
That's gonna
what's your
be the
command?
Fanny, and into the XP side, still the Yuzong is available if you want a winning lane against the Arlot too, and maybe the Uranus as well. I don't know what can be good here. I would personally go for the Yuzong.
Grew weaker by the day.
I mean, yeah, the Yuzhong is definitely valid, especially like against the Selena and all. But the
This
problem
land is our
is they
homeland,
do not
and
go
it will
for it and they
soon be
lock
our
in on the
burial ground.
Lapu Lapu
Yeah,
instead. And the
Lapo.
Lapu Lapu is one of those heroes who can win. But against a draft which is so mobile, what can a Lapu really
Hmm.
do? Because every time he tries to cast the Bravest Fighter, they are just gonna be running away.
That's what I was kind of worried about with the Lapo pick. So it could have been better if they have a hero like the Yuzong that can petrify them and stop them mid dashes. It's the way of the mobility coming through from the side of Rome Gap here. Onto the marksman side, against the carry, even the Grandeur could work, but you have to focus on the Fanny right now. So I think they need a self-healing hero, and that is either the Brody or the Moscow. So yeah, of course, Brody is never an option because of the smooth that it have.
I
It's gonna
am
be the
vengeance
spear that is gonna be
incarnate.
necessary for the Moskov if you want to go against the Fanny. So maybe it's gonna become a bit of a 1v1 situation into the gold lane side. They will be wanting to wait for the later part of the game. But the fact that there is already a Khalid who's always gonna be able to catch up to
More this time, and we will be stepping right into the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to another amazing game. Do we see the fights go on once more? Do we see the side split strategy win it out this time as well? Because they've got a Moskov, don't forget, it's one of those other heroes who does amazing things while pushing in the split lane. But this time around, will Peak give them that opportunity?
And that's what we are waiting for here. A little bit of a poke into the mid side. This is where we are talking about. We do know that Savage Warrior onto the first side will be able to have a better time into the laning phase because the clearance is definitely going to be up to the par. And of course, we know that Concussive Blast together with the Grok's passive is always going to be having a good clearance. And this time around, I think Huamin is going to be playing a little bit slow onto the bottom lane. The Reaper actually winning out. Look at that.
And yeah, that's going to be the first blood coming in from Huamin right away. Definitely, that's just a good situation for the side of Peak, because giving the first blood away to the Fanny is the best of situations you can possibly imagine, and that's exactly what Team Peak is doing for now. And they will definitely be trying to look for something more, because this isn't the end of the story. Because Team Romgap, they would not be giving up as well. The Moscow is definitely one of those typical Fanny counters, and we will be seeing a more, you know, equal fight back into the late game stages.
Yeah, that's why they also have to wait out just a little bit for the Moscow to farm it up too. And yeah, the focus onto the goal line has to be very equalized because you might want to have at least 100 or 2 goal lead into your side if you want to have that early Trinity on. Because if you looked at the composition so far, whoever have their marksman get farmed, they are gonna have a better time into the later part of the game. And I think YouTube right now trying to give out a little bit of reason here and there because they are trying to set up for the turtle here. Even Yuki, I think he's still level 3, so he's got to have to wait a little bit or give out the turtle, especially and not to die and focus onto the gold lane. But then again, I don't know where 444 is, trying to set up his traps for. Could have been better if they go for the gold lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what the goal lane is, just the win condition kind of lane every single time for these teams, especially because they're playing a carry and a Moscow. So two
Yeah,
late game beasts right away. Definitely not the Mia or the Layla, but still, meta is meta. So we'll
that's
we'll
why
be
we have
seeing a
meta.
fight. Definitely, be seeing an engage onto the top side quite soon. But we also need to see if it's going to amount to anything. That's the main point right now. Yeah, and
Yeah,
it
you can't
doesn't.
really waste time. It doesn't. They might. Oh, okay. Bot lane. That's a bit of a 1v1. I think no one might have been angry with the one kill that he suffered into the early stage of the game. I think, this now this the they cannot really waste time on one lane here, so they have to move very fast because they have a Fanny mid lane.
Yep, definitely gonna be seeing the Fanny get another kill for himself. But can they amount to this is the point, because right now they aren't really able to say anything. It's only one
Mhm.
kills here and there that they are securing, but other than that, they aren't really getting that much of an advantage despite having a little bit of that snowball.
Yep, so it's Warrior trying to go up to the top here. The trap will be giving out a little bit of a reason, so he's gonna be Ilu's favorite child will actually be free for a little while longer. And Boost has been scouting out onto those boosters so that his marksman will not be getting engaged upon. And look at that though.
Yep, definitely gonna be seeing the engage come in onto the top side, but again, it's not gonna work to anything. So, technically enough, they are getting the
Mhm,
kills, but they are also giving the Moskov some time to farm up. But yeah, this is looking better, because now they are starting
mhm.
to mark down Reaper once again, because he's an Arlot, and in the early game, the
Yep.
Arlot is just one of the squishiest EXPs that we have seen.
And that's what the jungles you usually wants to do these days. They try to focus more onto the XP lane because if they have a good farm onto their XP lane, it's highly likely that you'll be winning out onto the lane. Look at that stun though.
Yeah, definitely going to amount to something this time. The Selena being a Selena, and will find the kill onto the carry, so that's going to be a major advantage for the, you know, for the Moskov right away. And that is just the best of situations that you can possibly be looking for as a Moskov.
They're just trading out with a kill onto the roamer right now, so Boost was actually taken down with a kill. That's a bit of compensation, but you want to take the kill onto the gold lane any day. But Harmin now able to take out onto the turtle yet again, still surviving, so it's definitely gonna be okay. But they, for the side of Rome Gap, oh no, Reaper finally getting a shutdown onto the Fanny. That is what they needed.
That's exactly what they needed. And guess what? Team Romgap, they might just be able to make the comeback because it is,
Oh,
after all, that Moscow, which is still at a 1-0-0, and that's quite the good early lead which they have. Mm-hmm. You know? And advantage of having Moscow, you can just keep farming the entire game and pushing lanes whenever you find the
yep.
opportunity, and you're just gonna win it out anyway.
There's also the fact that he's actually a little bit ahead onto the goal in comparison to the carry Eden. I think he's gonna be able to get out onto the Trinity a little bit faster, but onto the bottom lane side, I think Yunchu is trying to do a little bit of a something here, but 4-4 stun.
Yep, definitely seeing the Feather Airstrike deal quite a lot of damage. The Breaker Spider onto the backside, trying to push them farther away. But here, the Bush will be caught out, but he uses the Raging Sandstorm to escape that situation, and that's honestly a smart move because you do not really want to give away your life trying to protect the turret. So technically that is still a safe and secure decision. But onto the top side,
Wow.
Flamin, that mastery on those steel cables definitely going to be securing that beautiful kill onto Leomord right before the next turtle spawns up, and that's also going to give them an advantage in securing the top lane tier 1. And Reaper, again, bro is obsessed with the 1v4s, I'll tell you.
I think it's more of him getting chased down most of the time because he's gonna be the prime target. Like I said, Arla not that sustainable on the early stages of the game, and they have been able to successfully set him down time and time again, which gave him no sustain at all. And they have been always focusing on him. And now that he is not there to try to provide for those crowd controls, he's actually going to be losing it out bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be Bush getting caught out once again. 4 for 4, trying to get the damage onto the Farsa. Definitely got the stun, but it's not going to be enough. But Yuki is going to find a kill onto the Fanny this time around. Definitely the revenge being secured. No one, Lapu Lapu trying to sustain way so long. But Reaper finally finds a kill onto the Lapu because, yeah, he definitely went in for the overextend. And look at these junglers though, they're just 1v1ing for half the game, and
Yeah,
it's just
it's
sometimes the
equalized.
Leomord wins, yeah, sometimes the Fanny wins.
Well, this is why it's important that you have a little bit of a focus onto the jungle again too, because they are not usually into the fights. They are usually going to 1v1 situation here. SOD will be landing. I don't think it's going to be taking it anytime soon. They need to clear out onto the mid side here. So raising sense. Oh wow, two resources already wasted for nothing.
That's exactly what. But hey, if you are using up those resources, you need to watch out before the next team fight. You do not want to go in for an engage till you get your skills cooldowns reduced and everything. But the problem
Yeah.
is that right now the Moskov is still able to scale up. He's still able to farm from the minions because Team Peak aren't really freezing those minions anyway. Reaper has to flicker out of that situation. Final Slash marks the Fanny down, but is it gonna be enough? Nope, it's not going to be enough to find the kill. Bravest Fighter once again along with Feathered Airstrike. Raging Sandstorm doesn't really lands between two people, unfortunately, and that is not the best of situations to be in. Steel Cables once again marking down Bush on that Khalid. He manages to recover some of the HP, but the wall is going to lock him down, and along with the
Oh.
tech charge, they will find two right before the Lord comes up.
That was amazingly well done coming to from the side of Peak, and now they are actually going to be able to win it out onto this team fights again because they are successfully removing away the frontliners here for the side of Rome Gap 2. So the Laura is going to be up in the perfect timing here. They will be able to get it on time for the airstrike just ready to zone into the mid lane side. Phantom Steed though.
Yeah, he's trying to look for a little bit of damage onto the Farsa and the Croc, but I think the Phantom Steed was more of an effort to cancel the Farsa ultimate,
Yep.
but yeah, it didn't really reach that far.
That's why it's kind of important that you wanna calculate down onto the amount of CDs that you have and how long it's gonna be. But almost a Trinity already for the hands of Eden. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Illustrated Child a little bit lower onto the goal, but he does have a good farm into the long lane, so never mind. He recall though bot lane?
Uh, Moskov, can you really do it? I don't think you can because on top, Eden gets one, but he also gets taken. Oh wait, Moskov actually did
Yeah,
it, and he's alive. Wow, that's
he's
amazing.
alive.
And in a 1v2, if I were to mention, it's a 1v2 which he survived. But right now, the Farsa is going to be the main threat for him though, because the Feather Strike is definitely going to reach him as well as Selena, and they will be forced out of the team fights every single time they try to go in for the engage.
Yeah, at least they are able to take one turn into the bottom lane side here. The mid lane might be they wanna focus onto that. Brace fighter though.
Definitely trying to look for the stun, gets it on the 3. Illus Fate Child will be wiped off the
Oh,
board. And a look at Reaper, he is still gonna get caught out. Savage Warrior flickers out of that situation. But can they convert this into anything? Moskov has picked up on his Trinity, but so has Carry. The DHS nerf, it affects heroes like Moskov and Cloud a little more than it affects Carry, because Carry still
yeah.
has the 2 damage from her passive itself. If you see, it's affecting the Khalid so much. But the problem with the Moskov and the Claude is that, yeah, you don't really. Poor
Yeah, you
Barbiel
get this.
just had to run away.
Without the owner, and he's
Yep.
actually died with that too. And yeah, that is gonna be the burst that you were talking about to the carry. She's not gonna be that much affected by that nerf because of course she have her own passive with the true damage too. That's actually gonna be enough for them. 2 and 3 resources actually being burned away just for one engage. But I think it's definitely gonna be okay for the side of Peak because they are still into the lead with whatever goal that they have right now. Look at that.
Oh no, Savage Warrior finds another kill onto the Moskov, and Eden will be taken down Bush as well. The Phantom Steed will be used up a little bit defensively. Final slash out of Savage Warrior though, and he will be the one to fall. And right now, no one is soaking up the turret damage, but Warmin finds Leomord in the middle of everything, and now Reaper once again out of the safety
Oh,
range. The backline, steel cables!
oh, oh.
444 stays alive despite everything, and even Reaper is still fighting it out, but I don't know why he went back in. He could have just run back, you know?
Yeah, I think he was actually saved by the rose gold, but he decided to throw just a little bit. But onto the other side, I think it could have been assured that for the Fanny for how many if he had that retribution in time because it's actually red retribution and he'll be able to get other 2 damage as well. But very fortunate for 444 that he was still able to survive. But now the law is going to be into the taking completely for free by the side of a team peak here, SOD. I think it will not be, yeah, it's not gonna be helping them. But still, that was a good try. But then again, I feel like Rome Gap they do have a good clearance with the Moskov, unless he dies, and I don't think he have that amount of gold that can help him buy the Win of Nature at this point. If he had it into the perfect timing, yeah, he won't be having it in the perfect timing. He might be taken down though.
Exactly so, the fight is on for both these teams, but problem with them is that they aren't able to find an end. But now that the Lord is marching on, we should be able to see the fight break out at the base, and that's exactly what's happening. The Phantom Seed will get used up, and Eden will
Oh
be able
wow.
to secure the kill instead. Reaper trying to mark down the back line a bit, but he doesn't really find anything worthwhile. The carry will be the one finding a double in the midst of that situation, and he will be trying to get the base, and that's a monster kill for the carry coming in right away. Huamin finds the 4th in that fight, and the side of Team Peak shows them that backdoor strategies work only once. The same trick cannot be used more than that.
That is why they are gonna be equalizing onto the win streak here, and we're gonna be going for the game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. But here, Peak with the perfect lineup into the competition here. Attack pick always gonna be working now, and this is also the reason why you really don't want to play the Moscow against this kind of competition. Also, but then it was a very good draft coming through from both of the sides. I want to see more how the game number 3 will be looking like. But before that, let us take a short break, and we'll be coming back for the final for this best of 3 series.
Their lives were now meaningless, their voices still remain. Memory gives way to living and purpose to the pain. Remember, so we continue. That alone is strength. Oh, so we continue. Hold your ground, keep your name. Let conviction stay the same. Not to conquer, not to dominate, but to exist without regret. Everything we think matters. Dreams, moments, quiet happiness. Unless feels forever. The world reminds us how small we are. Their lives were not meaningless. Their voices still remain. Memory gives way to live it in, and purpose to the pain. Remembers the way you continue that alone is strength. So we continue.
Get that synergy back which they had on to that first match. And if they can do that, they have a fair share of getting the victory for themselves and moving on towards the
Fight for the
semifinals. But
ultimate
here,
answer.
into this draft, we can already see the Grok getting locked
See
in.
value in me?
You know what? How
You
much of a
should.
change that it has been now. On the first scenario, like maybe a week ago, you could have seen the cloud being taken away in the place of Fanny, not Fanny, Carrie, and now it's changed just because of one tweak onto those items. This is the importance of getting tweaks onto those items, equipments rather than those heroes. So now Savage Warrior, yet again, onto the first third time in a row, he'll be able to get it, and the Grok already removed. I mean, completely let go. They will be picked away by Rome Gap. So this can be a Leomord again for Huamin unless he wants another hero. Okay, Claude. Oh, we were talking about a Claude, and there we go. This is gonna be the Claude coming through. But for the side of Rome Gap here, now they don't have the ways to pick out the year for now. Neither the another mate that's not that mobile, but if they can play the Z10 here, it's gonna be very good to try to cancel out the feather airstrikes or the blazing duet most of the time.
That's exactly what. And you know what they can still play? It's going to be the
Ground
Freya.
by
Every
heaven's
single
mandate.
time there's a
Oh,
My
Claude
legacy
pick,
shall
yeah.
endure.
the Freya is just one of those heroes which works so well against these kind of drafts, and that's exactly what I think that Team Rongap would be trying to do. And if they manage to do that, it's going to be a much easier situation for the side of Team Rongap because that's going to provide front line for 444,
Time to
and
drop
it's
the
also
beat of the
going to
flash.
help them try and get those pickups wherever they can.
Yep. I don't. I would have liked if it was just the Freya here, like you already mentioned. But the Joy, I don't know. Against the Claw, the Joy doesn't really have that kind of lockdown. Against the Claw, the better assassin could have been the Fanny. I don't think they played the Fanny. That must be it. But oh, Hwamin, on to the Hayabusa. For a long, long time, I've never
Hayabusa.
been a fan of his
Sanjo.
Hayabusa. Yeah, just because it's like he's more of a Lancelot fanny. He used to be more of a Lancelot fanny, but okay, I think Hayabusa can work here because of the short cooldown that it have, and it's kind of he will be able to penetrate onto the walls of 444 here onto that onto the Z10. But look at that, it's kind of a risk. I would love to say that it is a respect ban or a nuisance ban, maybe, because the Nathan you don't usually see it being banned the way it kind of have to be a deny for Ilu's favorite child.
That's exactly what. Because the first game, I think, it really traumatized Pete with the way he was just pushing the lanes as far as he possibly could. And that just kind of worked out for these people.
Yep.
And yeah, you know what? They made it work. And the way they made it work is what defines a lot of things into this game. And
Let them
they
play
are
the
trying to
hero.
do the same thing
I
all
will be
over
the
again.
truth
So
this world
technically,
desperately
they
needs.
should be able to play their comforts even this game. But what will they do by picking up the comfort when the enemy lineup is having the Hayabusa? The Hayabusa is just one
Yeah.
of those assassins which works for so many pickups every single time.
And the fact that the Hayabusa this time around, the new Hayabusa is more of a fighter kind just because of the sorter
Yeah.
cooldown that he have onto the
Yep.
shadow. Yeah, he's always gonna be engaging with the shurikens, right? And he also gonna be having a lot of damage. But the downside is that he's gonna be needing a little bit of a farm to the early stages of the game. But that also he's against the Joy, so I don't think he's gonna be struggling onto that department. But look at the target bans onto all the rumors here for the side of Unity. 4 roam ban away, but he doesn't care. He won the Kaza for himself, and that's gonna be one pick off. Together with the first, I don't think that Yuki here will be having a great time with the Joy. So they should have a good response here for the room, for the not for the room, for the XP and the goal. What can they pick again? Is it gonna be the Freya, or do they wanna go for those, same marksman style, not the fighter?
That's the point. Illu, I think, like Illu's favorite child, he is just far more comfortable on the pure marksman, uh, in like instead of the fighters. But here, what can he really pick up in the gold lane is the question, because whatever he picks up, there is a Hayabusa and a Farsa he needs to worry about.
Yeah.
So technically, he is going to be forced to pick up that fighter gold,
Ah.
and he goes in for the ruby.
I am the
Okay,
priestess
I
of
think
primal
they are
lightning,
cooking here
the
a
hunter
little
of
bit, I
all
would
the
say,
evil
because
gods.
they don't have that much of a damage into the later part of the game, because for the side of peak they already have a good scaling hero, that is the Claude, if you count it together with the Fireside, that is. But Reaper right now, he's gonna be pulling out the edits which we haven't been seeing in a long while, because now they're gonna be looking under the damage. The mid is a utility, the jungle is gonna be the only damage source that they have right now, and they might eventually want to focus on having the primals rest when there is team fight, because of the attack speed that is going to be having and the magic amount of damage that they're going to be having. But the fact is that he is in the going to be in the XP lane side. So when you are imprisoned into that lane, I don't think they'll be able having that much of a great time. But for the side of Peak though, they're going to be picking onto the Terizla against Edith. This can be uh, a skill matchup. So whoever have the good start of the game, they'll be able to have a very greater time. But I'm kind of banking on the Farsa to win into the lane against the Z10, just because you have a better range and a greater clearance.
The only thing that's going to change the game on towards the late game is going to be the Zacian ultimate whenever the Farsa uses up the Feather Strike. So I think that's going to be the major win condition.
On the Joy 2 deals out those damage, but there's also one factor that they have a lot of magic damage into their side. But that, at this very time might be able to pull it off with a bit of a damage into his hands. Maybe the war axe is what is necessary for the ruby too. But there's also a Kaza onto the other side, so there's no way you'll be able to engage in all the time here. The tankiness that the Kaza have with the passive is very underrated, but he's so good. He doesn't get really that. I mean, he doesn't get picked off that easily. So that might be the advantage of having that Kaza into the room for the side of peak.
Exactly so, and as we step into the land of Dawn, I believe that the Kaja will also be one of the win conditions for the side of Peak, because whatever pickoff they can get on the Joy is going to be beneficial for their Claude and Farsa during the team fights, because they'll be able to position much safer than they would have wanted to.
Yep. Mid lane, good clearance going through from both sides. Like we already mentioned, it's going to be the Farsa and the Kaza having the better chances. I would have liked if Bush was able to get even the passive attacks onto those minions, so that they'll be at least able to catch up and not get poked away. Because this time now, because of the win into the mid lane they have for peak, they're able to try to get all of those deals. But yeah, it kind of gets neutralized because they are onto the gold lane side rather than the XP lane side. So it is kind of I don't know, it became a useless kind of games coming through from both of the teams here. But they might want to focus onto the XP lane here, because the turtle is going to be up in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Yunchip though.
Yep, definitely looking for some kind of a fight. And there we go, we can see the
Oh,
engages come in from these teams. But the question is, they get the kill, but can they keep up the lead? Because if they can't, then it's not going to be worth anything, and they will just be losing out on the fights every single time.
And the fact that it's the flying clouds is just giving, oh, okay, for the airstrike, just for the kill.
Yep, but it's going to not amount to anything because nothing really will be secured from these people. But
Wow.
yeah, that's going to be the Daishan ultimate, but Wamin is still going to find the retribution, and they are still looking for the fight, and Savage Warrior will be securing a second kill for his team, while only Reaper is going to be the casualty of that fight. But Illo's Fave Child on the bottom side should be able to farm up some gold in that situation, while Wamin tried to look for the blue, and I think he actually found it.
Yep, I think he did. And that's gonna be the kill, the lead that you are talking about, because they are capitalizing onto the wins that they have. But the only factor is that, okay, mid lane though. I think they might be cooking something here. Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to. I mean, yeah, the attempts have always been there, and that's the power of the, you know, that's just having those skills. And it's just
The lineups, man.
advantageous for these teams to try and look for the kills every single time that they can, and they are just trying to, find whatever pick off they possibly can. And
Oh, flicker.
yeah, the flicker is gonna come in, but Yuki will be the one falling down in the space charge, still trying to look for those stuns. But Hamin is going to use up the shadows. He can still look for something, but Zayshan should be
Oh,
able to find that kill. That's going to be a good kill that they needed, a shutdown. They won't get extra shutdown gold, but I think it's worth it.
it's kind of worth it because it's the jungle that they're kind of removing, and is always ahead under the goal in comparison to Yuki. So Hwamin was necessary to take him down, but look at the wall of Eden. He's got to purify away from that. But it wasn't a good placement onto the BMI, so he was struggling just a little bit. But they won't be able to engage YouTube, trying to give out a little bit of vision onto the lane here, not letting anything happen to his gold lane. And this is what they want to do here too. The wall's gonna be completely annoying, but Hwamin right now, he does have the shadow kill. They might try to go for the engage.
Yeah, there we go. The Divine Judgment is gonna come in along with the tech charge, but Hamin is going to immune the tech charge with his ultimate itself.
Oh.
And now they should be able to move in for the second turtle of the game quite easily.
It's very easy now, and I don't think it's gonna be very good for Yuki to try to go for a contest. He does? What?
Oh, he does, but I mean, it didn't
Oh,
really amount to anything because, yeah, end of the day, I think he is like
okay.
one level behind the
Mhm.
Hayabusa, and the retribution damage does make a difference when you're trying to get the retry like very on point against all those people. The only problem which is going to be is if they do not manage to find any kind of kills for themselves, but if they do, then it's going to be fine because then they should be able to take the kills for themselves. But end of the day, what really matters is if they can try and get any victory for themselves. And so far it's a 1-for-1, and whichever team makes the more mistakes from this point on will be the losers.
Yep, a feather airstrike and the flicker coming through from YouTube here. He's still able to get a kill under 444, unable to survive for long enough. He does not really have the flicker either. He cannot really flicker away from that onslaught. So this is a combination that's very deadly that we are talking about already. And then 0-3, oh, bot lane. I think Hwamin might be getting caught into something here. Still able to shadow away to safety. He will be having a shadow in no time again, so he can go for the re-engage with the shadow kill too. But no one. Look at that.
Yep, definitely trying to look for somewhat of an engage, but the question is, can they really keep up with the damage that is coming out of Peak right now? Zeishan will be using up the ultimate, but will
Oh,
just find one
okay.
person from everything, and Wamin gets Terizla into the backside along with Bush. So that's not the best of situations to be in when the turrets are falling down so fast, and that the side of Team P can just go in for the next turtle and then the Lord.
Yeah, this is so clean. See, it's so much clean for the side of people. They are able to gain that they can all across the map, and the fact that they have a Hayabusa who can reach any place on any time because of the lower cooldown onto his Zetos. He's able to find something here. Zeto kill again onto Yuki, a 1v1. Look at that.
Yeah, Reaper trying to deal some damage with the Primal Rat, but I don't think it's gonna be any use because the
No.
Claude is getting free hits every single time that he tries to go in. Penalty zone will catch Illu's Fate Shot. Oh,
Okay.
that's a good arm offended right under that tier 2, but what's a Terizla really gonna do? Because it's a Terizla, he could just soak up every single turret hit, and there's no backup damage dealer as well.
And the fact that it's actually a 3k goal only for Yuki means that he's gonna be having only one item onto his kit. That is something that you don't wanna do because you need a Holy Crystal for the Droid. Because Holy Crystal is gonna be one of the most important item for a Droid to deal out the amount of damage that you deem required. But Yunchip though, top lane.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to go in for that engage onto the top side. He is looking for the Flicker Divine Judgment, because he has
Maybe.
got the Flicker all online and everything. And yeah, there he goes. He gets it and he catches Ruby off everyone. One of the main so-called damage dealers, because yeah, Ruby isn't a damage dealer, but he is acting as a damage
Yeah.
dealer here, and he can't really do anything else because Zayshan alone is not going to be able to deal the damage for the entire team. And the Joy, he's just not getting any space to go in and do anything.
Yeah. They are so dependent on the Joy's damage that they are unable to find it into a good passing because they don't have that much of a plant B here. Uh, because now that the Joy is getting shut down, there's no damage output coming through from any side. The mid is a bit of a utility. The Idis doesn't really have the farm that's required to deal out the damage on the primal rest as well. And everywhere for the side of Peak have damage. They have the full damage. Oh, look at that!
Yeah, he does get a little bit of those kills online. One trying to get the penalty zone and trying to run away from it. And guess
Okay.
what? He's just gonna walk away from three people. That's the farm difference that is existing right now, and it goes to say a lot that Team Peak here, they are really dominating in this one, and despite whatever disadvantage they had in one or two of the fights, they've recovered it so well, and the goal difference is at a whooping 10k in favor of Peak.
And Hwamin has been able to find a good opening most of the time, and whoever he have those engage upon, whether it can be the Ruby or even Bush onto the Grok, is able to find something here. They're gonna knock up.
Definitely gonna get the knock up online along with the Grok and Kaja onto the backside as well, trying to get the mark down, but Reaper will find Eden in this fight, and One is gonna get a double kill on the Bush, but 444 converts it
Wow.
into a double kill for his team. Peak find 3 and Roam Gap finds 2. So can be called an equal trade, but with the way the inhibitors are falling down mid and bottom, I think that's going to be a major trade in favor of Team Peak.
Yeah, it's already everything is in favor for them because they have their main damage dealer still alive, even though Eden was the one who got taken down. It's, oh, never mind. Hwamin.
Yeah, Homie is trying to look for. Oh, is he gonna make it out alive? He
Okay.
doesn't really have the ultimate, and he just decides to go back, like
Oh.
just surrender himself because Savage Warrior he finds the kill on the Joy as well. So no Lord for Roam Cap there.
No lot for anyone, and Illus for a child will be taken down instantly without any control. Oh, penalty zone.
Definitely a good engage coming in by Peak right there. Takes down 4 people from the side of Team Roam Gap. This should be it. This should be the end. 444 doesn't even have the ultimate, and then the Feather Strike is just going to force him out of the base. Right
Yep.
inside that fountain.
Oh,
But
what?
Joy looked for the electrifying beats, but no use. It's going to be the Claude surrendering himself to the tower damage, but his team is going to take the win.
A good clearance for the final match coming through between Rome Gap and Peak will be coming up on top. They will be the one winning it out into this best of 3 series, meaning they'll be the first team to go into the semi-finals in this Winter Series tournament so far, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow again. But that was a good run to the best of 3 series and a little bit of an insight analysis onto those games here. I think it could have been better if Yuki was able to have a good start into the early stages of the game, but they needed a secondary option. They were so dependent on Yuki to have that amount of damage that they require. They have utility onto the mid side, they have utility onto the gold.
Their lives were now meaningless, their voices still remain. Memory gives way to living and purpose to hold your ground, keep your name, let conviction stay the same. Not to conquer, not to dominate, but to exist without regret. Everything we think matters, dreams, moments, quiet happiness. On earth this feels forever. The world reminds us how small we are. Better lives were not meaningless. Their voices still remain. Memory gives way to live it plain, and purpose to the pain. Remembers the way you continue that alone is strength. So we continue.
good ban though.
Oh, we're gonna start, I
Nothing
guess.
can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
For the second best of 3 series of today, and this is the quarterfinals of the Winter Showdown Series that you all are watching. We are gonna be having 75% attendance onto the blue side, and it's gonna be Leaf Esports onto the red side, and this is gonna be their game of their life, where they'll be able to reach onto the semifinals if they are able to win. Onto the casting desk is gonna be me, and I'm gonna be casting together with Sarah. So the draft are set in Sarah, the Zushin and the Yishunshin already
because
removed.
I saved my nation from falling apart.
And the Yisenshin is just one of those heroes which needs to be taken out when you know that it's a comfort pick for either of the teams. And judging from the name, 75% attendance, which is something I could never have in college in my life. I mean, congratulations if you have the 75% attendance. You are a good student. But can that good student power show up in this match as well is the question, because so far the Jushin ban is justified, maybe the Sora and the Grok up next, but it's going to be a Minotaur ban, which is not so seen into the tournament scenes. But what can we really say about this? They ban out the Minotaur, so what are they planning to pick up here? Maybe the Leomord or the Fredrin, or maybe the Claude, which could once again be taken down by the side of Leaf Esports.
against the endless
This would be such a good a good Grok band here, because it's a broken wall, by the way, and the Grok can be so much easier to play rather than any other hero. Okay, we even the Kali could work, but Sora bent will be coming to from the side of Leaf Esports. They don't
Now
want to
you
let
lead
go
the
of
way to
Sora.
the next
But you know what?
adventure.
This is the first time that I've seen the Minotaur being banned. Maybe this is a bigger aspect coming to from the side of Leaf. But then again, maybe it's just an annoying hero to deal against for the side of 75% attendance. So now they can ban away another hero that can come through here. Hilda is also completely left open if they want to take it away, because that hero is such a nuisance. Unless they play that hero, they have to ban it, because if they don't, there are big chances that Leaf Esports can pick it away from themselves. So that is a viable one. And the thing about this game is that I haven't seen those big meta bans coming through yet. So I'm hoping they should do it right now.
Definitely should. I mean, and then the carry ban. Yeah, like we were saying, they are most probably
Oh.
looking
I've been
forward to
waiting
that
for too
Fredrin or
long.
Leomord, or you know, the chunky drops. They want those
Mm-hmm.
picks right in, and then the Freya and the Sora are then well and good
Wow.
justified, I would say, from the side of Leaf Esports. But right now,
Cloud. I don't know if it's gonna be able to win it out, but I'm pretty sure the Cloud still has it in the bag because of the fighter emblem that he can abuse onto the lane here. But the thing about the Cloud is that he might eventually be able to win out. A few seasons ago, it could have been the Bruno who wins out, but the Cloud is already so tanky. So yeah, I think it's also dependent on how they are going to be able to play that. Purify for him as well. But the Atlas is kind of like surprising factor for me because for if you want to have an Atlas, you might want to pair it together with a high damage hero like maybe the Louis, maybe the Farsa altogether, but they were banning away all of those heroes that can be possible. The Javer and the Atlas combination that can come to into the later part of the game, but not into the early stages. So let's see how the early game will be going out for both of these teams.
Exactly so, and welcome to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in match 2. Grok kind of missed the point of using the Lotus there. Unfortunate little one, but it's okay. The rock is still small for him, so we'll have to see how he performs mid-game onwards because those ultimates are going to be the main deciding factor during the team fights.
It's always a turnabout with the tectonic charts when you land it upon the perfect members, and it's always going to be the decider of how the game is going to be lead towards. So that is what they want to go for, and I think he's going to have a second attempt onto the wall. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be successful right now. But onto the top side, this is what I am actually looking forward to: the 1v1 situation between the Claude and the Bruno, because the Bruno used to be the Claude version, but now it's actually a turn around. The Claude is in the meta. He can abuse the fighter emblems. Have a bit of tankiness, and now it's actually going to be the Bruno who's going to be able to have an aid. So BMIing away, so he's actually going to be in a safe position for real Kumar right now. But good read coming through from Unseen. He was able to have a good early rotation, which means that Clavarian might eventually have a good laning phase here.
So, and against the Claude, honestly, the Bruno should be winning of the early pretty easily, at least until the Claude gets the DHS. So that's a solid 4 minutes nearly of winning the lanes. But then again, it's going to depend on the fact whether Kumar is on the Master Assassin or not. Because if he does have the Master Assassin, then it's going to be a little difficult for even the Bruno. But other than that, it should be a safe game for both the marksmen here because except for the Grok and maybe the Atlas, there isn't that much of a dive potential from either of the roamers.
The thing about the difference about the Atlas and the Grok is that the Atlas kind of need a distractor that can have a good setup for him and distract them. Like the Esmeralda can do that and then try to go for the fatal links because he's very squishy. He cannot go for those head checks onto those boosters because it's gonna be taken down very very easily because they can eventually melt him down if the position is gonna be bad. But bot lane though, Phantom Steed.
Yep, can see the Leomord using up his ultimate already, but then the Atlas is trying to look for the stuns, gets it on to 2, but the
Wow.
RWM is actually eating quite some damage, and the Dawning Light is gonna come in and make all of them go down to their
Okay.
HP, but now the problem is they are not going to be able to capitalize on it. They weren't able to take the Lord and the Turtle, and instead they lost the Leomord in the process.
I think it could have been still very good if the Leomord could have survived this bit match. But onto the goal line side, I think it was a 1v1 situation. Clavarian actually lost out against a real Kumar. This is also the problem with the Purifies, right? You cannot really go in a 1v1 situation when you do not have that much of a mobility. He does have the tackle, but he will not be having that range that can tackle him away to safety. So now the turtle is going to be started into the hands of Leaf Esports here. They might eventually try to go for set. Fatal Links is still available.
Kumar here will be getting the kill onto the Bruno this time around. Esmeralda going in for the Falling Star Moon onto that Fredrin, who's going to win out the Retribution against the Leomord and Grok. I see what you did there. That's something I would do as well, but unfortunately, it's fine because end of the day, I think that was a 2-for-2 in this fight, but the Turtle was in favor of team, 75%,
Leaf.
if I'm not wrong.
Oh, yeah, it has to be in the side of 75%. But yeah, that eventual chaotic team fight I could have turned a little bit too in favor for one side, but it kind of get equalized now because it's actually gonna be 1k goal difference that we can see here. Riza able to get onto this creep. They're still able to have a good lead onto the XP level. But then onto the other side of Matt, I think he might try to go for the engage if he is willing to do so because the team is already up. Look at the stun.
Clearly now, we can see the Rock using on the tech charge defensively again, and the Blazing Duet is already dealing quite some amount of damage, and Real Kumar would be able to find that kill right under the turret, and now Fredrin trying to frontline for his team, but will be forced to back off right to their bases. The Dawning Light trying to deal some damage onto the backside, but Esmeralda will be trying to find the Yi, but the Falling Star Moon should be able to get it. Using the Purify, but the turret damage, way too much for him to handle. Overextension comes in while Recash finds the Arlot in the mid side.
That was a good snipe coming through from the Junior recash, and I think that could have been turning worse for the side of Team 75%, 75%, but they are able to make it through all of those fights that they created here, so they'll be able to create out a bit of a spacing because as a Xavier, you don't usually win out onto those skirmishes into the early stages of the game. But hey, that was a good steal onto the XP crap, so that's definitely gonna be a lead that he's gonna be having into the experience level too. But the mid side, I think there might be a bit of a fight. Look at that.
Yep, they are looking for something more here. The Leomord on the Phantom Sea trying to look for a little something, but the Fatal Links pulls the Fredrin right back into that mid tier 1. But the Fredrin this time around manages to sustain, and she will be finding a very good position onto that heave and would be able to help his team. But now the Claude uses up the battle mirror image, misses the last basic attack onto the Fredrin, and Riza will be able to find himself
Okay.
alive at his red buff. Esmeralda definitely trying to mark down the Yeeve every single time, but the problem is going to be if the Esmeralda finds a little more sustain and zones the Yeeve out of the team fights.
Yeah, that's the whole reason why you pick out the Esmeralda to be onto the backside of the Eve most of the time, and I think he have been finding a good targeting though because he has been able to position so well that he hasn't been getting caught by that too. But now the turtle will be going into the hands on the side of Leave here because they're gonna be actually having a good lead right now. But they finally were able to get a shutdown onto the clock, right? Real Kumar was getting taken down, so that's one game that they can actually have a top lane, though they might want to focus onto this turret. I don't think they'll be able to take it. Good clearance coming through from the Esmeralda. Bori Boy able to defend onto that too, but none of the turrets has been lost except the top turret taken away by the side of 75%.
That's exactly what. It's a bit of a objective-based gameplay coming in from the side of Leaf Esports, while 75% they are looking a little bit more towards the kills. So I
Mm-hmm.
think late game would matter a lot as to who gets the more turrets right now in the mid game phase. But we'll have to see because it's going to be a battle of the um Claude versus the Bruno. And right now, as we can see on the bot side, a lot of damage is being dealt by the Fredrin as well as that Arlot right there. But right now, the Blazing Duet will be used up. The Fatal Links comes in to clutch, and two people will be taken down by Claude as well as Atlas right there.
Reinitiation coming in perfectly for the side of 75%, and they were able to get a kill onto the hands of Real Kumar. That is the Claude, by the way, and yeah, that is a good trade actually because they were able to remove two of the heroes down, the jungle for the jungle and the roam again, even though they are gonna be able to have that gain. I think Bori Boy still finding something out of the picture here. He's trying to get onto onto the turret, I believe, so that he'll be able to get onto the lane. Still, Real Kumar doesn't really care where Unseen is gonna be. He's just focused on taking turrets. So two turrets down for the hands of Leave. And now the Lord will be up again. And looking at the position so far, I think 75% is in a better position if they want to start onto the Lord. But they need to wait until Matt if he's available on time for the Lord because they cannot burst down the Lord without his presence, and of course, they're gonna be needing the clock to be around the vicinity too.
That's what, and the problem is, here. Now we got the final slash as well as the tech charge combo. That's a lot of crowd control for them to handle. And one person will already be taken down, and that's going to be the Xavier. But right now, Sar is the one going to be in danger. He's still sustaining it out though, but can he make it out alive is the question. And if he does, it's going to be a miracle, but he doesn't because Atlas was there to use the Fatal Laser right on time. But now he's going to be taken out as well. There's no means to escape for him there, and this should be a pretty easy Lord for the side of Team Leaf Esports, but right now they aren't really committing to the Lord, and instead they are still bowling it out down mid, and the Dawning Light. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is. The burn from the
Oh,
glowing wand takes down the Eve. Finally, a kill they needed, but the Claude gets taken down in mid lane as well.
yep, that's the Phantom State onto Unseen here, but he's still not going to be able to take any kind of damages. But still, I think Bori Boy could have been joining into the team fight so that they'll be able to find a little bit of an angle that can create spaces for them too. But onto the other side, though, Unseen getting spotted upon. He was trying to give out a vision onto the lore, but he might be in trouble. Does have the knockout, the walls is shut in, the Dawning Light will not be taking him down just yet.
So as far as we can see, right now the goal difference is leading by just a 1k margin towards the side of 75%. But if the Bruno actually gets to hit his shots in towards the 12th minute onwards, once he picks up the Malefic gun, he should be able to dish out a little more damage as compared to the Claude. And there are quite a few crowd control things that the Claude will be affected by every single time that he tries to go in for the engage, the tech charge, the taunts, the final slash, every single thing, and even the RWM lockdown. So that is going to be a major source of trouble for the side of 75%.
Yeah, that's why he's gonna have to be careful whenever he dives in with the blazing duet because it's gonna be the main damage source. And the fact that it's gonna be a holy crystal into the hands of the Eve, I think you're not gonna have the need. I mean, it's gonna be a big damage, but you're not necessarily gonna be needing that holy crystal. But the damage is gonna be perfectly output here, so they are gonna be able to poke it on time if he does have the target to the right angle and the right positioning to do that out and be able to poke without getting poked instead. But it's been a long while that these two teams has been teasing onto the Lord. They are not taking it. They are not taking it a fight. They are just calculating. Very, very calculative on how they want to engage. None of the rumors have been engaging. They're not starting anything. But right now, look at that. See?
He's trying to look for a little bit of safe positioning that he can possibly find. Sar will get marked down, the tech charge onto 2, but there's no backup for him. Real Kumar takes down Unseen, and now the Leomord is charging down the mid though, and he actually manages to find 2 people, now the third for himself. The side of team 75% definitely looking very strong in terms of whatever kills they can find right here. That's going to be a wipeout for them. They have 10 seconds on the clock. Will they be pushing down the inhibitor while Leomord takes the Lord? And I think that is going to be the aim here. There is no turret shields, no heavenly blessings. Still 5 seconds for them.
Wow.
Can they really push forward? Nope, they're just gonna have to back off because the minions are out.
That was a very, very good lead. They completed a full wiped out and they took down the one inhibitor too. So this is gonna be so much in favor for the side of 75%. And I don't think they'll be able to find anything for the side of Live. They will be unable to find any opening here. This is why I was also kind of questioning the Holy Crystal coming through from the hands of She, because he kind of needed that whistling lantern to dish out the damage against Bori Boy, against Red, against Superman even, but they cannot really do that right now. But look at that, Bori Boy though.
He's definitely trying to look for a bit of an engage, but he wasn't really going to find anything except for the Fredrin trying to just poke him out while the Lord is going to be charging down the mid lane. There's no inhibitors to protect them as well, but right now they are actually managing to sink down the lanes perfectly, so that's going to be an easy inhibitor secures on at least the top and bottom. But do you think they can find the base is the question?
They I think they are actually managing to try to stop the Lord just because of the walls that they have right now. But Riza, though, I think he's just trying to find something out here. But good relocation onto the Lord. They are unable to find even one inhibitor. The only one that they can find was when they were able to take out the mid lane here. So this is a great defense coming through from the side of Leave Esports here. They can keep on doing this, try to stop it for so long because this means that they're going to be needing another Lord. But right now, bot and top, this been still pushed in.
Yep, but they do not really manage to find more than one inhibitor, which is unfortunate, provided the fact they did have an amazing lane sync with the minions.
Yeah,
I think the problem was the Atlas hesitated a bit in terms of
I
the
think so.
engage with he wanted. Yeah, and also the wave clear from the Eve and the Bruno is actually quite a lot, and even the Fredrin was there to distract the Lord from just bursting down the turrets than what it would have actually done. Boriba, he definitely needs to look for the kite onto She or even
Mm.
Cloverion, and he should be able to do that because he has the blade armor onto himself. And Cloverion doesn't really have the Rose Gold Meteor or even the Wind Tucker or any of those items. While Claude is technically on a full build, going in for his seventh item right now, and the Atlas finally moving forward a bit. Tech charge comes in. Only the Atlas will be caught though. On the backside, though, Xavier is getting marked down, but Fredrin and Riza will need to look for something, and Supermons gets bursted down. Cloverion finally getting the damage he needs. Priestess Wrath gets dodged, and Esmeralda with an amazing setup onto 3. Starfall Moon will stop them in their tracks, but that's 2 members lost for the side of 75%.
Oh, that was a perfect re-engage coming through from the side of Leaf Esports here. They are finally able to shut down onto Real Kumar. And it could have been very, very bad for the side of 75% if they did lose on onto the Ziva as well. But now I think it's still very doable for them. But this is actually a little bit of a comeback that they were looking for here. Damage though, Cloverian.
Yep, that's the damage of the Bruno into the late game onwards. He is definitely starting to hurt a little bit, but the problem is how long can he stay alive against all those blade armors and Justice pauldrons? Oh, the Vicar final slam
Okay.
as well as the tech charge connects perfectly this time around, but now the Atlas is going to be targeting She down, and he has the flickers still, but is he going to use it? Is the question. He can't. He's just going to die before that even happens, and now they're going to stop Sar in their tracks, but Esmeralda is already there at the base, and Unseen will be trying to recall as well. Sar trying his best to heal up a bit as much as possible, but he just isn't able to do that because right now he falls prey to the damage of the Claude and the stun and freezes coming in from the Atlas.
Yeah, this is actually the downside of going against the Atlas in this scenario. You can't really get away from it once it catches you. So, and at this point of time, I think Superman is also already tanky. He can dive into the backlines and go for the sets onto the Fading Lens if they're deep necessary. But they will be able to take onto the Lord. This is gonna be a maybe an ending push for them if they are able to single onto the minions and able to get out those onto those top inhibitors as well and stop the Grog from doing anything like dragging away the Lord with the wall again. But I don't know if they will be able to do this because they do also have the Xavier who can poke like non-stop from afar because when he does have all those stacks and the passive onto him, he's able to have a good range onto those combinations that he have also. So they need to have him in a safe position. The only engage that they can find is if there is a flicker for Superman, and I think he does.
Honestly, here the Atlas is going to be the main win condition. He needs to get those setups in. The Appraiser's Wrath doesn't really do damage. That's going to be a great win chant coming in from the Claude right here, and Grok misses out on the tech charge. But oh no, the he uses up the real manipulation and finds Atlas in the
Wow.
process. There's 2 members down once again for the side of a team 75%.
What?
But but the damage output from the Xavier finds Cloverian in the process. That's the marksman
Yeah.
gone from the side of team Leaf Esports, and that's honestly going to be disadvantageous.
You know, the fact that he's almost in a red bill is so much in favor for the Xavier here. I think he's so ready to take anyone down because he is able to hit out from the backlines without getting disrupted, and that's what you want your Xavier to play around with. It's gonna be seriously annoying. More, it's like having the Yift's ultimate, but then very constant, and that is what the Xavier provides. And he is so very well fed, and he have a lot of damage onto his hands as well. And looking at the XP and the goal lead so far, it always has been into the hands of the side of 75% attendance, because they were so successful in taking anyone down, winning onto the goal lane as well as the XP most of the time into the mid lane as well. But look at the damage onto Real Kumar. He doesn't really need the BM, not the. He doesn't even need the Blazing Duet to take anyone down. But that was, yeah, they need to have an answer for this Claude.
That's exactly going to be the problem, and right now we'll be seeing another Lord fight, possibly. But the thing is, the farm difference it's leading in favor of 75%, and the Fredrin he needs to mark down the Xavier real hard. That's
Yeah.
going to be the main issue for the side of Team 75%. They need to protect the Cloud and Xavier at all costs.
Mhm. If they are able to have a good and free hit, especially the Java, because the Claude, the real Kumar can go in and go out anytime that he wants because of the BMI that he have in the Purify also. But the law is already up. This is gonna be an involved one right now. If this should be a contested law, because even if they don't contest, they're gonna be dying. They do have good clearance with the Bruno, but they have, for the side of 75% attendance, they have a better range in comparison to the Bruno too. So they need to be very careful here. Even if they give out this Lord, it's gonna be a real sweat for them to try to defend it, because this time around it's gonna be defend Lord. Oh, look at that!
Yep, gonna be seeing a little bit of an engage. There we go, the Blazing Duet gets marked down. Wind of Nature definitely gonna be
Oh!
helping him seal up, and the Fatal Links with a tech charge comes in right away. And Riza this time around will find the Appraisal right onto the Xavier. The Retribution has been used up. Super Ants is gonna be marked down right under the turret as well, but the Fredrin is still soaking up the turret damage. This amount of sustain is just insane.
Wow!
But Sar finishes it off for the side of Leafy Sports as they find an amazing comeback with the wipeout, and they will be moving forward to chunk down the base as much as they possibly can. One person has to recall for the minions, and Sarah is going to be the one. But right now, Leafy Sports have nothing to stop themselves for, and this is going to be it for them.
A big epic comeback coming through from Leave. This was a decision whether they should try to get a contest for the Lord or leave it, but they wanted a third choice. That is go for the fight. And Real Kumar was caught lacking into the mid lane side, and there was a good read coming through from Sar onto the Earlord as well. He was able to beat out onto those Wind of Nature as well, and a good RWM coming through. You know, on some case scenario, you wouldn't have seen the RWM will be the start of the fight, but it was the ending of the fight. See, able to find the right targeting, and I think because of the lightning transfer that he was able to take two down there because they were together in one place. But what a good turn of events! It was only one fight was all it takes for Leave to win out the game. Congratulations to them, but they do have to.
spirit.
They
trying
call
to
me a hero
embrace
because I
all
saved my
that
nation
you
from
are.
falling apart.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
Back from their side, that late game Bruno and Yves damage potential, and then the setups from SAR was just way too insane for the side of 75% to handle, and this time around they will be banning the Claude themselves, while the Yisunshin will remain the standard ban from the side of team Leaf Esports. But for now, we have to see what they go ahead for their second man. Maybe the Yves, maybe the Jushin, they might want to take it out, but instead they decide to take out on the Hilda. So possibly the Grok is going to be the next ban from the side of 35%, since this is a Broken Walls map. And what we cannot really think is that they take out the Sora, because Sora is just a very double-edged sword right now. You can take the Sora, give away the Valentina, and that's going to prove much worse for you. Jushin gets banned, obviously. Most possibly, the Grok should be the next ban. Maybe the God of Kacha is an option. Maybe the Esme or
Butterflies
Raku
born
towards
by thy
the
wish,
XP, or the
guided
Phobius
by
at
lantern's light.
best, or the Yuzhong, as we have been seeing in some of our games. But we'll have to see what both of these teams decide for now. So Debbie, take it over.
Yep, I want to know if they're gonna be going for the respect bans here, man, because I think it's gonna be very important that they kind of go for the respect ban also, because it is a team that you don't usually play most of the time together with, and then if you know one game already in the best of 3 series, you want to see how it goes well for them. If you want it smoothly, you want to remove all the heroes that you've been struggling together with, and like you
Now
said,
you lead the
the
way to
Grog,
the
the
next
Tushin,
adventure.
the Eve always have to be the one that is taken away. Most of the time, it's a red band. It's a the red band, the red side bands are always gonna be like this. But onto the other side, though, I think Sora has been completely ignored most of the time. But I'm pretty sure that they will be able to take it away. Claude removed Hilda as well, Sora as well. So what can be the possible first pick for the side of Leaf Esports?
I've been waiting
That's
for
what
too
it's
long.
going to be, an easy carry lock in. But then again, the Freya is still open, so that's also a valid choice to be picked up in this matchup. But late game, I mean, the carry does win, but one stun and the Freya can just two-shot her with the basic attack damage. That's what happens in the usual of situations. But we'll have to see what 75% decides to do here. They can still go in for the Farsta or Kadita themselves. They can go in for the Yves. That's a very valid choice. If they want to pick up on the Angela or something, it could be the Basia Angela or Fredrin Angela composition. That could work out. The Xavier was working well, so they could still lock into that, but it's going to be a Badang along with the Lunox. That's a pretty early lock-in for those two heroes.
Badang. I've never seen a Badang being played here. So I'm not sure. I mean, I do play the Badans to Roman face, it's just good. But you kind of need another frontliner into the XP lane side if you want this combination to work out. But you know what? I think the Badan can still be flex if it's necessary. You just want to flex it out into the goal, into the XP lane, into the roam. But I'm highly likely it's gonna be into the roam here. But Lunox, so this is a lot of damage already into the mid lane side. So this might eventually be the answer for a carry, because it does have a good penetration in the mid lane. If it does have a really good start of the game, he will be able to find the right targeting, especially against the gold laner side.
The southern seas are my
That's what,
domain.
and the Kadita, like we were mentioning, is already a very valid choice, and she is just one of those Kadita spammers. We have been seeing him in many tournaments for now, and honestly enough, it's a fair decision for them. And the Leo mode also works out against the Padang and the Lunox, because he has a little bit of the CC immunity, which he is gonna get from the top boots and the brute force. So people won't be able to, stay in one place and hit the Leomord for long, because the Leomord is just going to keep running every single time.
Experience the euphony of
Yeah, the
suffering.
real Leomore is a very, very hard hero to catch out with whatever you have played against. So sometimes it's usually hard to counter. There are so many ways to try to play it against by using the Guinevere or even the Harleys, but I don't know if they are gonna be able to play out the Harleys there again. But you know what? I kind of like the Granger here just because the Granger can outrange out the carry here. But then again, you're gonna be always
tail's
in
been
the
itching for a
vicinity
real
of
fight.
this Kadita, and you're also gonna be getting picked off. So it's either gonna be the Purify or the Flicker, and I recommend the Purify for the Kadita. But then again, what will happen when the Luma is on to you? That is gonna be the question. So they need a
See
little bit of a peel.
value
But
in me?
Kalea Ben coming through, they're
You
trying to
should.
be. I think they're trying to put up the Badang into the room, which is highly likely.
My strength grew weaker.
Yeah, that's what. The Granger is a good pick against the carry. That's a lane winning hero. But against the Leomord and the Kadita and Quiet, possibly the Yuzhong or the Arlord or, you know, what can be the wrong pick here? It could be a chip, it could be something like the Carmilla, it could be the Rock Mino and Kalia are out of the board, so is the Hilly. It could be the Khalid. The Khalid is another choice. Um, what else do you think would work out in the room for the blue side?
Thorns remain. Should petals
I think
fall.
if it is against the Badang, you can play out anything that's possible here. Because there are so many options, right? Because they did ban away the Minotaur again. They're trying to lessen down the amount of roam that has been available. So, I'm pretty unsure. I can't see the screen. What the?
You just rewind for a bit, I think. But until then, it's going to be a Lapu Lapu going to be picked up from the side
This
of
land is our
75%.
homeland,
Definitely a
and
valid
it will
choice. You do
soon
not
be your
want your
burial
Ranger to
ground.
be facing a Lapu against, especially in the EXP lane, because the EXP Lapus are far more dangerous than a gold lane Lapu. But we should be able to see an Esmeralda quite possibly onto the EXP. That's going to be a decent choice. Even against the Lunox, it's a very decent choice. But if Sar decides to go in for his signature pick, which is going to be the Arlord once again, then the Granger is actually in trouble this time. Unseen decides to go in for the Implosion user. That's going to be the Tigreal. Valid choice. But against the Granger and the Badang and the Lunox, who have so many
I
immunity
will
skills,
choose my own
it could
path.
prove to be a little double-edged, because once you try to go in for the setup, the Lapu Lapu is going to be marking down your backline instead. So that's disadvantageous for these people here. As for the last pick for the side of 75%, we should be able to see, you know, most probably the jungler, which is going to be maybe the Suyo, maybe the Fredrin itself, but that is banned out. Fredrin, Lance, and Shin are off the board, so the third, fourth valid choice is going to be the Suyo. The Lucas could work a bit, but what can they really pick here? Exporg? Exporg is not gonna work against the carry and the Kadita. Oh, it's going to
Oh,
be the Lucas. Yeah, called it.
nice read onto the onto Mad. Yeah, he might be mad because
Let's
we call
fight
out
to
the
our heart's
Lucas, but
content.
hey, it's like this is a recent nerfed Lucas. I mean buff Lucas, right? He's gonna be able to have a shorter cooldown to the ultimates as well, and he's gonna have a base defense also. So I think this is a very very solid choice to go into the mid lane side here, into the jungle here, because of course. The Granger is going to be kind of weak into the lane, but against the carry, he does well because of the range that he has. So the early rotation wise is going to be very very dependent on the mid trial that we are talking about here, and the Kadita should have to be very very decisive on what kind of positioning that he brings out, so that they will be able to have a good. And we could see that Leave Esports were able to end the game with a turn around, right? So this time around, I don't think 75% is ready to give out any other any of those kind.
what about with that, ladies and gentlemen? We are into the land of dawn, and it is going to be another interesting game in this best of three. Game number two, to be exact. Leave Esports leading with 1 point, and they need just one more to secure their spot in the semis. It's single elimination, so it's an all stakes high moment for these two teams. Last time around, Clovarian, he did lose out on the early game on that Bruno, but he managed to secure the victory for his team with the damage on towards the late game. Will he be able to do the same? Or is Real Kumar going to prove why he was dominating the game throughout with his Ranger this time?
Yeah, with the Granger this time, and I think he will be able to do so much of a damage when the time comes in, and it's going to be freezing out onto the lane as well. But top lane, I think they might want to focus onto this Arlott again. I don't want to be an Arlott, man. He's always going to be getting the early fires most of the time, forced to flicker away, so that's going to be one resource being burnt away. But they're going to be actually giving a dead lane for the gold lane side. But this is going to be yeah, it's going to be an invader for the blue buff here. Look at that, Riza just gonna be freely taking out their buffs just because of that small rotation onto the top lane coming through from his team.
Have been showing so far, and that's only honestly, one of the reasons they won the previous game as well. Those late game little decision makings matter so much in a high stakes matches like this. And right now, the Tigreal is getting chunked down a little bit and might need to back off because the turtle fight is going to be coming in, and you do not really want to lose any members before a turtle fight, unless of course it's a blunder which you make. I do not expect these teams to be making the blunder, but Granger is getting a very pressured here and is losing out on quite a lot of stacks this time.
Yep, they are just giving out a little bit of a beating here and there so as to not let the Granger be getting farmed, or yeah, he just gave him the pressure that's required. But a lot of low HPs already onto the hands of Unseen. He cannot be joining the team fights onto the turtle if he gets caught here. But Riza, I think it's gonna be surrounded. What?
Definitely, and that's a big engage coming in right before. Oh no, but he actually managed to survive, and
What?
it's actually going to be she onto that Kadita with the rough waves who manages to secure the first blood onto Boy, and Superman is also going to be taken down at the same time. That's an easy turtle secure coming in from side of Leaf Esports this time. The goal lead already favoring them by 1,000.
Yeah, this is a very good start of the game, and Riza, I think he was quite in a position where he should have been getting chunked down and sandwiched his pawn and taken down eventually. But with the help of the Phantom Steed, which gave him a little bit of a hybrid defense and attack, also he was able to survive because of the lifesteal that he have right now. But look at that, to recash.
CD engage come in. That was Chaos Assault already used up by the Lunox, and it didn't really affect things much. Again, the rough waves will mark down Mad. Not the best of decisions. That Lucas is going to suffer a lot against the Kadita. So technically enough, Leafy Sports should be able to have a smooth win this time around, unless of course they make a blunder on towards the late game. And look at the Granger, he's playing so
Yeah.
safe, even when nobody is on his lane. So that's a little bit unexpected. And I think he's just trying to freeze out the lead for as long as he possibly can.
He's just dependent on the Capricious that get this one, and he does know that the early game did not really work well for the team, so he might have to be the second option that they can go for here, recash. I don't think he's able to do the things that he should be doing with the mid lane though. I think that is a good engage here, but then again, yeah, back to the point though, I think he just knows that he should be the second option for the team to have a damage, but he might be getting quite surrounded there though, because look at the position coming through from Unseen.
Definitely a very good position indeed, and the Karita is actually doing a lot for her team too, because she is just getting those pickoffs where we need to, and honestly enough,
Yeah.
it's paying off because the Badang, he's getting the setups, but instead it's going to be the Kadita who finds. Oh no, look at that! They are in danger here. Oh
Oh,
no, another rough waves and the petrify as well. But this time around, Badang trying his best to run away, but Carrie gets the flicker and as well as the kill.
Yeah, that was a killing spree already for the carry here. Clavarian doesn't really mess around, but it was kind of like predictable for her to be there under the position because Lapu Lapu was all alone into the lane, so he could have been having a bit of a rotation of his own. Because there is a very weird situation between a Lapu Lapu and a Arla is that whoever have the first engages will be able to win it out. And this time around, we can see that Star is the one who goes for the first engage rather than Bori Boy, and this is always going to be in favor for the side of Leaf Esports here, and they are very, very ready to go for the team fights whenever the alert is still available. Now that they have the turtle yet again, they'll be able to have a 3k goalie, which is very, very good for a hero like the carry who is dependent on his items, and of course the late game too. When you get the Trinity and the Malefic gun, that is where the start of the fight is gonna be. Good zone coming through from unseen. They will be able to get onto another turret up to the top lane again.
So now Riza is kind of suffering all by himself. Down board, there's four people who's gonna charge in on him, while the rest of his team, oh but no, he just realizes danger and decides to back off because the
Yeah.
rest of his team is kind of on the mid side, and Sar and she, they know that Superman is in that bush. Yeah, look at that.
Oh.
That's going to be such an easy pickup. But yeah, Badang, he does try to go in and try and escape, but Badang gets the stuns, will fall prey in the attempt as Clovarian finds a kill onto the Granger already. Chaos is all being used up, and that's going to be an easy, easy double. I told you the Lunox doesn't work against this kind of a mobile comp, and the implosion as well. Even if it manages to catch anybody, it's just going to be the Lapu Lapu, and they find the kill in the process.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu is gonna be the only one necessary into the team fights, and whenever he's in the team fights, I think they can at least find one shutdown, and it was onto Calvarian. That's the only thing that you wanna do. Wanna focus onto the carry most of the time and try to get him off of the team fights again and again, so that he will not be getting all the farms that's required. But then again, at this point of the time, I think he's very, very rich in goal and very rich onto the itemizations as well. So the next fight comes true, and if he is alive and not get taken down, that is going to be a winning fight for the side of Leaf Esports yet again. So they have to be very, very careful for 75%. Look at that.
Can see the she getting another mega kill with that rough waves, and honestly enough, this is going to be a very difficult situation for the side of 75% this time around, because Granger, he doesn't have the farm he needs to snowball, and he doesn't even have the Kuiper's stacks, and look at that, Clovarian just bursting them down like anything, caught off guard. You blink for a second and just gone.
He's getting deleted in this one place, and they don't really necessarily need any kind of like any kind of spells so to kill the graduate down, but that is a so of dominance coming through from Clavarian. That he wants to end this game with his way perfectly on point as well, but implosion.
And he gets a kill onto Unseen. That's going to be, I think, the first stack for the Granger right there. She trying to run away, and he is going to be able to do it. That's the advantage of having a Kadita. Lucas trying to chase her down, and no farm, no damage, but the stuns are in though. But Arisa will be able to find the kill instead with the killing spree. That killing spree emblem talent helped him a lot in surviving that team fight. And Sar here in the middle of three. Can he find the aim assist? The stun. He's back up. Oh no, that was just unfortunate.
Yeah, this is the problem with the that you're so dependent on the mics that you are gonna be having with the vengeance as well. But yeah, he did not necessarily want to go for that team fight here because I don't think the team is eventually ready, and they need Clavarian in most of the team fights that is gonna be going for here. Superman on the other hand, though, giving a little bit of a vision.
Yep, and the Granger is trying to find out she, but he manages to recover his HP.
Oh!
Clovarian is gonna split burst him in a matter of like half a second. Superman is trying to run with that Badang, but how far can he really run? He's just gonna die from the turret damage itself. With Sar, can he? Nah.
Oh, no.
Very close. Very, very close that was.
Absolutely. I think he must have thought that it wasn't worth the stress that it's just rumor. You do not even want to kill him anymore at that point because they got the Granger already. But one compensation was found into the bot lane side because they were able to trade it out with the turret. But then again, for the side of Leave, okay, never mind. Look at that.
And definitely see a recash getting a double shutdown. Okay, that's
Oh,
interesting. But
oh,
okay. Leafy Sports need to back up a bit. Damage from Cloverian. Oh, final slash with the flicker again. He's able to find one, but he's gonna fall prey himself. So that's going to be a 1-4-3. Not the best of situations to be in when you're trying to push forward the inhibitors, but
mhm.
and the Lord is up. That's the worst situation to be in because you've just lost 3 of your members
Yeah.
and you're trying to get a Lord in a 2v4 with the enemy
Oh,
jungler and mage and everybody alive. Tigreal and Kalita are coming for the backup though, and
what?
it's a carry.
It's a
Splits
carry.
it's a carry.
Welcome to carry, but rough waves. That's gonna be a direct set down to Rikaz. Good read with the implosion as well as the rough wave too. This is the reason why this kind of combination is very nasty here. I think it could have been better if 75% have a good read onto that and just make their leeway to the Lord instead of trying to be very undecisive. They were so undecisive of whatever team fights they are going to be taking. Even the Lapu Lapu always unever available onto those team fights has been making them lose everything. But now, Lord into the mid lane side, what can they do here?
Exactly so. And now we can see the pressure coming down the mid side, and the minion waves will also be chunking down the bottom lane. They could have honestly waited for the Lord by just a
Yeah.
little bit. Yeah, because then the
Oh.
shields wouldn't have been there at the 12-minute mark, and
Mhm.
they could have pushed forward with the inhibitors too. That way, they wouldn't have died like this in the process of trying to take just one inhibitor. So
Mhm.
technically, a little bit of decision making gaps there, but I think it's fine because they find both the inhibitors anyways. And Lunox, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why would you want to fight a Leomord like that?
That is a very rich Liam with a lot of items. Actually, a full item already. And then, yeah, you can't really do that and survive with the chaos when you are on a Purify, not even the Flicker. I think it's very good for Leaf to try to go in right now. Look at that.
Yep, definitely trying to go in for the setup, but Unseen is gonna get bursted down by the Granger right there.
Oh,
He gets a double as well. That's a lot of Sky Pierce stacks for him, and he should be able to clear things out. Badang gets the ultimate onto the carry. She's trying to sustain, has to figure out the situation. One more Rhapsody, and he would have been taken down because of the stacks from the Sky Piercer. So technically, Leafy Sports need to take it a little bit slow, a little bit more planned, I think.
mhm. Yeah, I think they just got disconnected a little bit under the synergy there because I'm pretty sure they could have won the team fight if the carry was bordering to attack onto the minions, onto the um opponents rather than the minions because there was no way they will be able to end it, right? They could have just focused on real Kumar and try to get a sweep on him and just again and it get take him down first because at this point of the time he got 4 kills already. Even though they are so behind, he's gonna be farmed, and that is what you do not want. He's gonna be stacking onto the creature as well as the sky piercer too, which is not needed here. They could just avoid all of these here. So some micro mistakes have been happening all across the board for both of the teams here. This is also the reason why they couldn't really end onto the game too. So this time around, they're gonna be needing this Lord. They're gonna be needing this to end the game because if they have caused another blunder again, this is gonna be a good sign for Real Kumar to have a good comeback.
Lanes clash, towers fall, and echoes shake the ground. Perfect calls and final pushes. You hear the victory sound from the
Think of
shadows.
Claverian. He's already able to take on the Lord here. This is the carry we're talking about, of course, gonna be able to burst down, shred down this Lord. Even though it's not really that evolved, I think it's necessary that they will be able to take this Lord. Looking at the build so far, almost full build for the hands of a real Kumar. He's got Sky Piercer stack also, so if the damage is willing to take, he's willing to give out the damages, it's definitely gonna be very good for him. He needs to stay alive, spam all those rhapsodies and the death sonatas to keep everyone away. And the fact that the Lord is going to be marching into the Midland side might be in favor for them if they are able to clear it out so very fast. But then again, Matt, though, he's not that tanky, just level 13. The Lord will be marching here. This could be a possible end for the side of Team Leaf.
Exactly so, and now the Lord is gonna be charging in. Oh, the final flickers last. This time it connects. The Granger tries to purify himself right back to base. Should be able to find a kill, but the Leomord is charging in so far ahead, and the carry is trying to mark the base as much as possible. And Granger, he finds a double kill in there along with the Lunox, but the base, the Lord is marching down. Holy world breaking Lord damage. Had Cloverian hit hit that base for like 2 more basic attacks, they could have ended this. But 4 of his teammates are dead, and he needs to back off as far as he possibly can from those enemies.
Look at the speeds of the base. It's gonna be so tilting for Leaf Esports to not be able to game with another Lord. It could have been an ending for them, but now Claverian was getting joned away by Bori Boy. Most of the time, we can see that he was able to survive for a long, long while, but he was getting joned. He did not. He wasn't able to take Bori Boy down as well. So this is kind of a mistake coming from the side of Leaf. They should have a pre-plan there. When they had the Lord, they could have dived into the backlines and try to distract them and get a perfect position for Claverian so that he'll be able to focus on the base without getting zoned away. But they were a tad bit too aggressive and greedy at the same time, and they could have just focused onto the inhibitor first and try to send in the minions alongside the Lord and have it in a very, very unclearable manner, because no matter what, the clearance coming through from the side of team 75% is really not the best, because they do have the openings, but Gwenter is more of a hero damage dealer rather than the minions. But now they do have a second chance. They are not so far behind, but then again, how long will they be able to keep this up?
That's exactly the question. They need to find a way to end this, because I do not know why it is stretching for so long. They should have ended it like
Yeah.
4 minutes ago, 2 lords, and all they need to do is get one proper implosion set up along
Yeah.
with the lord, and that's just going to be it. But I think they just aren't able to sync it that way, because either Tigreal is using up the ultimate a little too early or a little too late, or Claverian is getting marked down by the Lapu Lapu, and just stuff like that just keeps happening.
This is the reason why they are so delayed onto the game as well. They won't be getting the evolve lord yet, but they will should be able to end it this time around, because they have the third chance, right? The implosion should be onto the perfect timing, as well as Claverian's position too. And all they need is for C to have a good pick off onto Real Kumar, even with the presence of the Purify, because when he is able to beat onto the Purify and getting taken down very low, Claverian can go into that. Even the Leoma Ariza can have a good start to that right now, but they are trying to sync onto the minions here. The top lane will be delayed just a little bit, but this is going to be the chance for the side of Leaf to end the game.
That's what, and Riza here, he's trying to find a little bit of something. Again, another flicker final slash, and this time Real Kumar is finally dead. She finds Mad, Riza finds a double onto Recash, and the base is getting
Oh,
tongued down by a Tigreal, of all people, somehow. And I guess that's going to be a 2-0 being secured by the side of Leaf Esports. Amazing victory coming in from their hands, and they will be finally moving in towards the semifinals. Any words from your side, Debbie?
yeah, I would like to say that, you know what, the carry should be banned no matter what. Because of what? Because of the reasons that it has always been a shredder, and it is always going to be shredding all across the place. But you know what, this could have been ended like you said 5 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, because the decision making, the macro decision coming through from the side of Leave has to be nurtured a little bit if you want to go into the semifinals and win it out. You know, you can have a good decision making, do not fumble, just have a good read onto how you'll be able to end the game, because that is, they have a nasty lineup. They can pull it off like that. But this was pure micro coming through though.
Exactly so.
Eh,
Yeah, okay.
I think
Oh
it's
my
end.
god.
It's kind of
within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till my last breath.
Butterfly is born by thy wish, guided by...
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Nothing can withstand the withering.
Welcome to my castle, my friend.
Strength grew weaker by the day.
That's it.
True power dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
Fight! Fight for the ultimate answer.
Now you lead the way to the next adventure.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium, which I was made for.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Muscle of iron, bones of steel. Dwells within the spirit, trying to
Valor and royalty in a dead body.
See value in me? You should.
Payback time.
Nothing.
I will choose my own path.
Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that
Come
you
and
are.
join me in my dream world.
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
play the hero. I will be the truth this world desperately needs.
Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
I've been waiting for too long.
Nothing can
Where there is
withstand
light,
withering.
there are also shadows.
Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
Both of these teams, the Fredrin and the Leomord, they are very dependent on the early game snowball. You don't wanna be behind onto the goal. The first hurdle, the second hurdle is definitely gonna be important. And if you want all of those two objectives, you have to have a winning mid lane side. And from what we can see, the Yiv actually have a better clearance in comparison to the Louis.
That's exactly what. But so far, so good. Both the drafts look very well polished for now. But the problem is going to be if both of these teams just decide to go in for a full in brawl and one of them makes a mistake. But as we talk about mistakes, we are into the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match 3, game 1, best of 3 quarterfinals. And we should be able to see an amazing game in front of our eyes with two very textbook compositions by both of these teams. It's all going to come down to which marksman executes it better.
Yeah,
And I think
that is
we should be able to see it very soon.
the Battle of Trinities, right? And the fighter emblems as well. But hey, the carry does have a good shredding potential, so I think he's gonna be more focusing onto the team fights rather than going to 1v1 situation if he wanna have a good win out here. But Nini Kuma, on the other hand, might have to be careful just a little bit because he's gonna be going against a Yu Zhong, Nicole's Cream, getting poked quite a lot. This is what I was talking about against the Eve, right? He's gonna be having a better clearance, a better poke, and Seth IC is gonna be cooking Nicole's Cream here if he is able eventually getting outshone here just a little bit. So we might eventually see the side of Nexus actually winning it out into those early stages of the game.
Exactly so. Nexus should have the early wins because they have a Petrify with that Zhong, but then they need to watch out for the Sora Surge ultimate coming in at the exact right moment. Quite possibly, I think the first blood will be at the turtle, unless of course the Louis gets some amazing level of
Yeah.
stuns and yin yang combos onto the Eve or
True.
maybe the Claude in some accidental way, which shouldn't really happen, but we'll see.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But the thing about the Louis is that even in level 2, it's going to be very, very aggressive because of the combination that you're always going to be able to provide it. But onto the other side, though, that's a little bit of a reason provided by Stevenson onto this highlights, giving the way, showing where Yuski is going to be popping off. And I think they know and now have the info that Yuski is going to be a little bit late into the turtle. So they're just trying to have their ends meet here. So this might eventually be a brawl onto the turtle just for this fight because look at this, Joan coming through from IC. He's joining Yursky away from the turtle by himself.
That's exactly the power of an E. But there goes the Phantom Steed along with Fredrin trying to get some. Yo,
Oh!
but your skill gonna steal it away along with the Nini Kumar securing that first blood with the damage ultimate along with a double for himself. But yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
okay.
That's the going to be the Yu Zhong with the petrified play gets the kill for his team as well. But that's the 2 for 2. But the turtle would be secured by the side of Azalea.
I feel like Nini Kumar was like, yeah, I did my job. We got a turtle. I can just die in peace. And I think he's going to be the only trait that they were suffering from. And I think is definitely going to be giving them a little bit of a lead. But a perfect retribution coming through from Yursky. I would say that, he's this guy is going to the Santos. I've never seen him into the Leoma. But that was a perfect retribution that he was able to get on time. But look at that, Nini Kumar.
Tries to look for an engage a little bit there, but will get taunted. That's going to be Stevenson who falls prey, and of course it's Nini Kumar onto that Sora. If you didn't know, Nini Kumar actually has around a few 3,000 games onto that Yuzhong and has been global. So I think that he's just like, you want to play my signature pick against me, I will never let you win kind of situation.
It's a battle of like reputation at that point then, right? Because you got to know that the Yuzong is my main and of course I'll be knowing how to counter it too, right? So I think this is the reason why that he was able to play around the Yuzong. He doesn't go for the 1v1 situation, he just want to go for the team fights most of the time, and I feel like bot lane though we need to focus on the Super Jesus here. Yep, he died.
No real advantage coming in of that situation, but we'll have to see how this one works out for both of these teams, because Yursky is not finding that space to look for an engage because he knows that he cannot really commit to a bush because Team Nexus they love to play the camp in the bush till you find someone drops, and that's exactly what they're doing this time around as well. And with the Fredrin in their hands, I think that's just the best gameplay strategy that you can possibly find.
Yeah, and I feel like they shouldn't let go of this turtle too. So Lursky might try to pull up his some perfect retribution again. Dragon though.
Yep, that's going to be the RWM, and Dragon try to mark down Yursky, and they actually managed to find the kill as well. Fredrin still trying to find the turtle in the midst of everything. Sora this time around definitely gets the damage, but Meat is going to find the retribution quite easily. Gets the Breather's Wrap, but just a second, and he would have actually got the kill too, but Nini Kumar manages to get the kill and make it out alive at the same time.
Yeah, that was I think could have been avoided. I feel like Yursky was a bit too greedy, not in greedy, but he's too much fanatic of a turtle take because, of course, he's onto the Leoma, right? When we know that if the Leoma loses onto the turtle, is gonna be behind, and you don't want to be behind against into the Leoma when you are especially against a hero like the Fredrin. So they are trying to start for the fights even without waiting for Nini Kumar to be appearing on time. But I also felt like it was more of a better execution coming through from the side of Nexus here because they were waiting for the dragon, and of course the dragon flies better than the Sora walks, right? And he was available onto the perfect target. And then Seth ICs the way he was layering onto that RWM onto the perfect target, especially against Yursky, was amazingly well done coming through from him. And I think that also was the reason why they got immobilized and they lose out that team fight. So now it's important for Azalea Bloom to try to slow down a little bit because they are still not losing on any goal. They are equalized, but they can do it something here. Mid lane, though, what? Nicholas? He's dead just like that.
Unfortunate situation, man. I guess that's the disadvantage of having a Luoli into your hands because you are just so immobile. You have damage, you have setups, great, but you are so very immobile. And against Yu Zhong and Claude, being immobile is not something you want to be.
You want to move as fast as possible and get away from trouble here. And with just one flicker, I don't think you'll be able to do here. But looking at the position of Nexus so far, they might want to focus onto the top lane here. But nothing much can come out of it just yet, I suppose.
And there we go, the Phantom Steed is gonna get used up, and the mid tier 1 is going to be in a bit of danger right here. So that, but it's danger averted immediately. Yurski though still looking for those little micro pickups every now and then, and a carry as well. I think is able to find the turrets on the side lanes, so that's a good thing for them then and there. So technically speaking, Team Nexus, they are on the back foot right now, but they have a fair chance of coming back provided they manage to shut down the carry with the Yuzhong and also get the pick off onto Necro's Queen now and then. So technically enough, they still have a chance, but they need to work for it.
The fact that they are able to take out onto the top lane turret is already very good enough for the side of Azalea Bloom here. So they might want to focus a little bit into the mid lane here yet again. But this time around, Nexus have kind of have a good read on where they are trying to focus a little bit on. So they have to wait out just a little bit. But Nini Kumar, I think that was not the dive that you want to do here against Sora, against the Cloud, I mean. And they'll be able to take him down. But Stevenson, to the other hand, I think he might want to find a little bit of a vision onto the mid bush, but he cannot really go in even though he is a Hylos. He can get bursted upon if he find himself in a bad positioning. So they have to be careful just a little bit. But onto the other side though, Super Jesus, I think he have the heal though.
And ironically enough, these people, they are still struggling a bit, Team Nexus, but they need to find a way to get the pick up onto the carry, I think, before a team fight
Yeah.
begins. But if they can't do that, the Cuddle is already very low. That's one person they can try and pick off, because otherwise the Sora is going to look for the engages every single time, and that is not going to be the best of situations for them in this match.
I think most of the time the engages has been started by Nini Kumar rather than Frost onto the Gatot here. And it's definitely gonna have to be that way because when you are on the Gatot, you do not want to be the one instigating a team, but you want to be the follow up so that he will be able to have the layer of those controls on time and get the taunts done. But now they'll be able to take out the Lord, no contest whatsoever coming through from the side. Never mind, Stevenson.
Yep, we can definitely see him getting chunked down, but he manages to escape with a glorious pathway. But Frost, you're gonna be chunked down very low, and the Yuzhong passive is enough to find a kill onto him. Stevenson, though, meanwhile, is still managing to sustain everything, but the Max is gonna find the Lord meanwhile, and Yuzhong finally gets the Petrify onto the carry. Will find the kill quite easily, and Yurski doesn't have the means to try and get a kill. Oh, Neko's Queen manages to flicker, but it's going to be a flicker right inside that turret, and the RWM range is just enough to kill him. But then the Leomord definitely gets the kill onto two people there, and Nini Kumar is still in the fight. He is still, you know what? Yeah, and that's just what it is.
He's right. He's trying to be that aggressive, right? He does have the face to defy. So if he wanna go in, he could go in. But there was the heal coming through from the star residue of Super Jesus is always definitely gonna be helping him. And you do not want to dive against a Yuzhong who have every bit of his skill available for him, and you do not want to trade it out with your life as well. But I think a bit of a bot lane skirmish is happening there. But top lane though, look at that.
And Icy here is gonna get the kill onto one of them, and Yurski gets the mega kill as well. But he's gonna get taken down by Meat this time. The Lord is still far away, so technically it's a safe situation. But the mid lane tier 1 is going to be chunked down by Max as well as Neko Scream there. Stevenson is sustaining so much all by himself. Oh my goodness. And there we go. The Blazing Duet comes in.
Oh, what? Alright, it's gonna be getting cancelled upon him, but that was a good damage coming through from the carry, and he was able to get it taken down, and Claude will be already gone by then. And now I feel like Algeria, they have everything into their bowl right now. They had the lore, they were able to take it, they have the builds that's necessary for them, and I think the fourth build coming through from the carry should be the Malefic gun for the extra range, but maybe there might be another skirmishes though.
We'll definitely be seeing somewhat of a skirmish here. And Nini Kumar right now, I think he is going to be the main win condition for the side of Azalea. And that's the whole thing. Team Nexus here, they are struggling just because of the fact that they aren't able to keep up with those engages. Yep, I told you his win condition, and
Yep.
that's exactly it. Look at his engages. He goes in, he kills, and he
Yeah.
actually manages to come back out alive. And Frost as well, trying to provide as much backup as possible. And Stevenson is actually using the glorious pathway defensively. So that's not amounting to anything for his team except as an escape route, while
Yeah.
instead they should be using it to try and look for an engage. But here Nini Kumar will be falling, and now the rest of them are in a bit of a danger themselves, so they need to be playing it out much safer.
You don't want to go for the re-engagement when you are a Sora when your team isn't ready yet. You have to wait it out just a little bit. I think Nini Kumar did find a game and decided to throw as well. But now the law is gonna be up and they might want to focus onto this Australia. They cannot risk losing any of the members right here, Valna, because if the law is eventually going to the heads of Team Nexus here, this will be the mark of their comeback. You don't want to lose this Lord because the Claw is gonna be getting the farm here. He's gonna be able to poke you out here and there. And I think it's a very good zone coming through from Stevenson against Yurski too.
That's exactly what, but here we go. The Phantom Steed comes in on Super Jesus this time, but then Fredrin is the one getting marked down so much. Frost is doing so much
Oh,
for so long. He finally uses them. There we go. There's Nini Kumar once again onto the back line. Super Jesus slays Frost, but Nini Kumar is getting chunked down. Damage Ultimate wasn't the best of choices in that
what?
situation, and now he's gonna get marked down by Mikey onto that Claude. Neko Scream flickers out of that situation, but now he's trying to look for more. Max is gonna find Mikey in that attempt to try and kill Neko Scream, but the Brave Smite saves his life in that situation.
That was a good time as coming through for the side of Nicole Scream that this is good call as well. But your skill, oh my goodness, is gonna be taken down by Zeph. I see that is the Eve by the way, and he's gonna be losing out onto his bike as well. But they did have the lore, so they might eventually be able to play still a lot around with the lore, but they wouldn't have the starter, the initiator onto their side because Nini Kumar is still gonna be very, very late when the Lord is gonna be able to reach out onto this inhibitors right now. But they do have the diversion, so they can make a little bit of a play up to the top lane side. But I do feel that Meat knows where the teams are gonna be, so he doesn't really wanna go there. AOG missing out just a little bit, and yeah, it's gonna be Meat who's gonna be safe and sound right now.
Exactly so, and this time around, if we can see it correctly, Team Azalea Bloom still has the momentum in their hands, but they definitely need
Mhm.
to look for those pickoffs onto the Claude or the Yves. The Yves is sitting at a 519 whooping KDA, so I think that's one of the major damage dealers for them right there.
Yep,
Oh, my
he's
look at
doing
Max
so
though.
fine.
Oh, the
Oh,
damage. Oh, the damage. Oh my god,
whoa!
Max. The carry, the burst. Insane from the side of Azalea Bloom. And yeah, there we go. That's what we were talking about. But yeah, that was a good RWN coming in by Chef Icy. And he managed to get the kill as well. Frost trying to look for that passive, but he's not going to be hitting anyone. Doesn't want to go back. He's just going to walk away from that situation.
Yeah, Nini Kumar has been giving his life and trying to set up for the team most of the time, and I think it's very, very valid. But you do not want to go for kind of engages when your team isn't ready at time. But they do still have the time for the Lord to come through. He's gonna be alive by that time, so this is definitely an okayest kind. But this time around, I feel like Seth IC is very much ready and healthy to give out any kind of damage that is required because whenever you see him pull out the RWM, he's been able to successfully get anyone locked in right there and have the damages in a good position. But now I think Frost, I think he's gonna be able to spot two of the members out, but he's not gonna be taking any damage done. He will be able to give out a lot of his HP. But then again, this should be a contest of the Lord coming through from the side of Nexus. They should try to get this one so that they'll be able to have a little bit of a leeway. But Max in a very, very weird position though.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's technically an okay position because he wants to find the turret, and I think is also anticipating the Claude or maybe the Yuzhong or the Yi
Mhm.
to just come in from
Oh,
that position. Yeah, look at that. I'm telling you, they expect something like that, and that's kind of the pick-off they want to look in for. The Lord will be reset this time around, and the Luowi definitely
wow.
ult right to the Lord this time. Glorious Pathway will be used up, and on the backside, the Frost is marking Mikey down. So definitely Frost is gonna find that damage onto the. Oh, look at those two into the backside. Oh my god. Well, Chef Icy is getting marked down this time, but Inikumar manages to flicker out of that situation. But Frost in danger here will be able to run away with the AOG, and that's okay. I mean, that's so far so good for these people, but we'll have to see how it works out because right now I can't really say anything. Oh no, that's a Winter Trunkin. Neko Scream finds a kill onto Meat, but Chef Icy will be able to take down Max. But now Chef Icy is still in danger because Leomord is here. Another flicker from the Yi.
Okay.
Oh no, he might be able to find both, and that's exactly what they do. That's a 4-man down for the side of Team Azalea Bloom. Should be a Lord fight. The Claude can solo the Lord though.
That was actually in favor for the side of Azalea Bloom, and they were actually kind of throwing the game just a little bit just because they made an entrance again. Now Mikey is in a very, very good position right now to try to take out the Lord Nini Kamada. I don't think he'll let it go just like that because he does have the flicker, he have the ultimate, he can go in. Yes, that is going to be a good zone coming through for him right now, but the other teams are marching down onto the Lord side here. This is an Evolved Lord, by the way, and this can be a mark of a comeback for their side too. But Super Jesus, I think he'll be able to spot them out too. The diversion coming into play, but the range is actually a little bit too risky though. Look at that.
Definitely trying to look for something. The Lord is at half HP, and Stevenson is getting melted down every single time. Onto the backside, they need to protect
Mikey?
Mikey. Oh no, Frost will be taken down this time before he can cast the AOG, so that's a green signal. Oh, the Surge Ultimate comes in. That's definitely a good engage coming in from the side of a Team Azalea. They find the shutdown onto Mikey, but Mikey's gonna get a mega kill. Max finds the kill onto Meat, and now they need to run because Super Jesus is there, but Super Jesus will be able to find the kill as well onto Yurski. So that's 2 people alive on the side of Azalea and 3 on the side of Nexus.
It's kind of such a nuisance that we always see the Super Jesus able to survive most of the time because he has always got the heal on the perfect timing. And whenever he goes for the engage, he find a good kill, and then he backs off without getting killed instead. And this is gonna be so annoying for the side of Azalea here. And I'm pretty sure that he have all the builds that require Stevenson, though spotting out a little bit of a vision here. I don't think he'll be dying anytime soon. He also already have the immortality, so he's not gonna be the prime target for the side of Azalea here, even though they do have a Shredder with the carry. But this Lord is gonna be getting teased again. It's almost like 2 minutes of the game already, and they're still not able to take out the Lord. But looking at the build so far, already almost full builds for both of the teams here, except for the roamers, that is. But a lot of damage already output by Seth Icy because he have the Winter Trojan, he have the glowing part, a glowing wand as well, and that is already enough to take anyone down.
Exactly so, and as we can see the fight breaking out right here, the Yuzhang will be using up the Black Dragon form. The Lord is at very low HP. Yusuke will try to find a way to that Lord, and he steals it away, while Super Jesus under the backside will be marking down Echo Stream as well as back, but he gets taken down in the process. Stevenson is still looking for the re-engage, while Chef Icy will be melting people down as much as possible. The RWM is enough for him to find the triple Winter Trunkin from Mikey. They're charging down mid as much as they can. They have got 2 strong waves coming in for themselves. Meat is there to tank it all. Icy is there for the damage along with Mikey. They've got a Claude to push forward. This should be it. This should be the end for these people. Frost, he cannot really sustain this one. And Max is gonna get bursted towards the back line. Team Nexus find the victory.
It looks so good for Azalea Bloom. They got the Lord, but they did lose out to the members here, and you don't really want to do that into the later part of the game. And unfortunately for them, the Evolved Lord was going onto the bot lane side rather than the mid lane. If they could have been merging into the mid side, it could have been their survival. But there was a good engage, a re-engage coming through and through by the side of Nexus here. They were going out. They know who the prime target is going to be all the time, and Nikolsky, even though he was finding the perfect positioning, he is always getting knocked down because, like you said, he is an immobile, he's on an immobile hero like the Loi, and of course a hero like the Yuzhong, the Claude, the Fredrin. Even they will always going to be trying to burn it into the backlines. And I think this time, the second time
Mina, Kimmy can.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells
Fight!
within
Fight
the
for the
spirit,
ultimate
trying
answer.
to embrace all that you are.
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Bloom once more. This time around, we'll see Hilda ban coming in from side of Nexus and the Lancelot ban coming in from side of Azalea. Most possibly Respect ban for Meat, but we'll have to see how it decides to work out for them in the long run because you are leaving open quite a lot of heroes despite whatever you are picking, banning out or picking up right now.
Yep, definitely. I think Lancelot. I don't usually see the Lancelot as ring banned in this current meta already. It's more like a target ban most of the time. So maybe this could be a target ban here. But Yorsky, I think, is amazing on the defending side. This is a very very good ban coming through from the side of Nexus here. So they are trying to target a little bit onto the assassins here right now. But this time around, I think Azelia, they can also ban the Jushin here too. You don't really want to let go of the Jushin most of the time if you don't have your right assassin into your hands. But Sora is what they want to go for. Actually, into the first phase, not bad. But the thing about Nexus is that they are so good on the Yuzhong. So, do they want to keep the Yuzhong or ban it? You know, or let it go and try to play against it either? That either way it can work.
Now you lead the way to the next
Exactly. So
adventure.
I mean, they just need to play it out very safely, and just look for that late game kind of draft again and again. I think that works out for them, and that's exactly what they have been doing in the previous game as well. And if they repeat it, it should be working out pretty well for them this time too.
Yeah, that's what we are waiting for actually. So. Oh, Yif. Okay, they are the one actually betting on the Yif. Oh, this hero has has held
Among
a
the
big
planes
superiority
exists
onto
the
any
equilibrium,
teams.
which
But
I
yeah,
was
it's
made
it's always
for.
going to be bent away when you are onto the blue side, of course, because you cannot really
Butterflies
first pick it. It's
born
more of a
by thy
second pick kind of
wish.
worthy.
Guided.
But they let go of the Grok because they bent away the Yuzhong, of course. I mean, they bent away the Jushin, of course. They did let go of the Yuzhong, which means that they really want to try to play against the Yuzhong here. And the only option that I can see that can play against the Yuzhong is actually the either the Lapu Lapu or the Elise. But it's gonna be a little bit too early to pick out two of these, so they can actually wait it out just a little bit. But I think the Grog is very very solid now. They can actually have a winning mid lane. So
Muscle
first
of
again
iron,
onto the Gatot.
bones of
Isn't it a
steel.
little bit too early? I don't like a Gatot against the Grog, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it as well. I would much prefer something like a Khalid. And Frost is so good
Yeah.
with the Khalid too. I don't know. I do not
Yeah.
know why he's forcing himself on that Gato. And I mean, it's okay. And yeah, I was telling you about a Kimi
Oh,
winning against a Gato Kacha, and
yeah.
it's going to be a Kimi. But then this time around, there's the Yuzhong, so maybe that's a danger fact.
Yeah, true.
Oh, and like I mentioned, it's a 3,000 games Yuzhong. You do not want to underestimate that kind of a dragon.
Oh, yeah. They did let go of that, so that is one gain for Nini Kumar. He just won his hero, and it's basically first pick, right? So now they actually don't want to play the. Oh my god! I was about to say that they cannot play the Yisun Sin anymore because these two heroes is the direct counter of the Yisun Sin. That's some level of confidence coming through from Meat.
Yep.
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure he's
yeah.
confident, right?
He's confident not only, plus I think he's going in for that double fighter side lanes. Because if you notice, there's
Yeah.
already two
Oh.
marksmen in the mid. So that's a very
Mhm.
standard draft coming in. They could go in for the Esme, they could go in for the Lapu or a lot, or a
Wow.
Lapu with the Esme. So I think both of those work out very well. But Yerski picks up
Yeah.
on Suyo, and Suyo is just one of those very broken junglers right now. Underrated, but definitely works out
Yep.
in the long run just because of that recent cooldown onto his skills, which was reduced so much.
Three of his skills, right? So that is actually
Yeah.
gonna be giving him making him so mobile and a lot of damage as well. And the fact that they decide to go for the CC after they know what the mid lane is already there, because this is not a bursty mage, right? It's a consistent attack. So
The Immortal
he
One
might be able to
chose me to
survive all of those. So
vanquish the
this is a very
shadows
good
that
decision coming
plague
through from the
this
side of
world.
Azalea Bloom here. And now this should be another utility ban coming through
Payback
from the side
time.
of Azalea, like you said. Lapu Lapu Esmeralda can come through from the side of and Nexus too. The option is also there for the Uranus to come through as well. But Freya is what they
I
want
am
to
a
ban out
daughter of
because
Northern
of course
Vale.
that is a
I
very
swear
valid
to
goal
protect it
that they
till
are
my
looking
last
for
breath.
here. I think this time around they are trying to focus on Nico's Scream Hero again, are they?
Yeah, I
Claude?
think if they, yeah, I mean, Claude is a very good choice here, honestly, against the Kimi and the Yesun Shin. Very,
Yeah.
very valid choice. Another pig, I do not really see another pig that could work out in this draft except for the Claude. So maybe the Claude should be a very valid ban in this case. The Farsa definitely melts the tanks, but the problem with
Yeah.
the carry is she doesn't have the range. So yeah,
Oh,
good
there
job
you go.
reading
Come
into
on,
that.
Nice.
Dexter.
The
It's our
Claude will be
showtime.
taken out this time.
The blue. I think it could have been very, very bad for and Nexus to let go of the Claude, because it could have been very good into the hands of Max as well, and he was able to do so much. But now that I think about it, they could somehow try to pick out a mate that can be bursty at the same time and have survival ability. Oh,
Oh,
never mind. When I was talking about
I'm
bursty
bound
and
by an ethic.
survivability,
Both
I did
okay.
family
not
and
have a Gushan
destiny.
in mind. Oh no, I don't know it. I don't know. Good against the Yusun Sun though.
I mean, crazy. How does it work out? How do
Uh,
these people work in the favor of these two teams? And honestly enough, yes, wow. The Uranus pick works wonders here because it's gonna be able to sustain everything. While the side of Team Azalea Bloom, I think they still need their goal laner. I told you it's a double
yeah,
fighter comp. It's such a
yeah.
textbook written double fighter comp from these people. So obviously, you do not want to be doing that. You're giving away that. Oh, but
Whoa,
okay,
whoa, whoa.
okay.
Nah, I expect
Time and tide
anything
wait
but
for
that.
no man. Nor girl.
Anything, I would have been like, yeah, the carry could be picked away, but then it's gonna be outranged by the Kimi, of course, and eventually by the CC as well, and of course it's gonna be the Vengeance too. But Beatrix, I mean, I don't hate the hero. I love this gold laner, man. It's supposedly one of the best gold lane that we have seen so far because of the items that he can. I mean, because of the guns that she can switch on. It's gonna be depending on on the situation here, but the fact that this is the lineup that Azalea Bloom is coming up with, a Gushan mid lane, that is a gonna be a good burst against the Gimme, but the early game, I don't think it's gonna be having that much of a good time.
Exactly so, but welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We are into game number 2. Team Nexus has a very comfort-based double fighter side lane, double mid kind of draft with two marksmen into their mid side on the mage and their jungle. But
Yep.
Team Zalia Bloom is playing the opposite of that. They're playing their absolute comfort picks, the heroes they have like 1,000 games on each. That's going to be a
Mm.
Gushin mid, Yu Zhong on the EXP, who has been global before, and a
Oh.
Beatrix into the side lane. But look at Neko's Queen, bro. He's caught out.
Okay.
Who would have
That's
expected
why.
that? A bro needs to flicker out though. Yeah, I don't know why he was saving the flicker for so long, but okay.
The thing is, I kind of this is what I was expecting when you pick out the Gushin against the community at the early stages of the game. You don't want to clear it out because you're gonna be getting droned out and you're gonna be losing out. And the best thing could have been not dying but losing out the minions, but they want both, so they have to give their life for that. So the early stages will not be looking as good for the side of Azalea Bloom, but though they need to for the side of Nexus though, they have to wait just a little bit to be aggressive they can be aggressive as long as Nicole Scream did not get the level 4 just yet. But then again, it's not gonna be long while, so they can abuse out onto this early stage of the game as much as possible because they might eventually have a good lead and not make the distribution pick worth it.
Exactly so, and honestly enough, CC here, they. I mean, the CC is kind of the win condition towards the late game. You know why? Because the
Mm.
CC is just one of those heroes who can play around that Beatrix. Even with the SMG, the
Yeah.
Beatrix should be able to be taken down by the CC just because of the blade armor and the vengeance that's going to come in.
Mhm.
But right now, the Suyo realizes that and is definitely pressuring
Yep.
that goal lane quite a lot. But this should mean a pretty easy turtle for the side of Nexus.
The disadvantage of trying to focus onto the goal in the early stages of the game is that you're gonna be giving away the turtle for free, and that's definitely gonna be taken about away by mid. But the dragon though committed, which is very questionable because I don't think Irski would have been able to reach there on time. But they did try that, so it's definitely gonna be okay. At least they were able to have a one kill on the top lane side because a kill onto the goal laner for the turtle, I think that is gonna be a 50-50 trade because still Irski might eventually have to go for the good jungle rotation so that he'll be not losing onto this experience as well. But the time we have been waiting for, lose Gushin already level 4, so he does have the Petrify. I want to see what he does with his pick.
So, and yeah, oh my god, that was
Oh!
almost it! And Trust is
Hey!
gonna get it. I told you, these Beatrix users, especially the ones who main Beatrix, are just so scary to play against. But we'll
Yep.
have to see how late game goes. Late game CCs are also scary at the same time. But, yep.
True.
I mean, yeah, it works out.
It worked out, but they did compensate with the kill onto Ninikuma into the bottom lane here. So, and a lot of gold plating for meat. So he's gonna be able to have a lot of gold in their hands right now. Stevenson have the tech charge. He doesn't have the tech charge, so I don't think they will be able to start for the fights here yet again. And moreover, the turtle is gonna be a little late, so they cannot really instigate any team fights right now. The pickoff would have been good, but they're gonna have to wait a little bit because the resources are not gonna be available on time right now. Super Z is rotating so far up lane.
Yep, but right now I think that they need to play around a little bit more around Beatrix, the side of Azalea Bloom, if they want to win this one.
Yep.
But Team Nexus so far, I think they're doing okay. The late game defining factor is going to be the Yisun Shin as well as the Kimi. So that's who they are marking for now. And oh, okay.
Mm.
Look at the Grog though.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay. Tech
okay.
charged. The turtle is already here, Sarah, and they won't have the resources that's completely necessary. Look at that Frost. I think it's gonna be joining them away.
Yep, that's what it is. And I mean, hmm. Oh no, backside, Mikey. Okay, they are still safe. Echo Scream will be the one caught out this time. He
Okay.
did not have the burst damage needed to take down the CC, but Max is here though, and he is definitely trying to find the people. And Nini Kumar will be taken down this time around by Meat. So that's called not giving the Yisun Shin in a draft like this. And honestly enough, that's the worst thing that you could possibly see, and that is exactly what I am seeing right now somewhere else as well. But fine. Blue,
Okay.
what are you doing with that Gushin pick? What is the game plan? Yeah, I mean, yeah, this. Oh, okay. What is the game plan with that Gushin? Seriously.
I don't know. Possibly Nicholas can want to, explore just a little bit because, of course, this may have been Gotti server, man, because of the amount of because it's cushion. Anyway, I'm joking. But onto the other side, I think it was a massive blunder on the combo. Mikey did fall down, but they did lose out onto Nicholas Scream as well. So he will be needing a little bit of items before he will be able to burst anyone down. But at this point of the time, I don't think he have the opening to go for the farm as well. The kills are a little down because 6 to 5 is not that much of a kill, so they are being careful on whatever engages they are making upon. And no threats has been falling down. The bot lane is actually very, very weak here at that point. But Nini Kumar though, I think he wouldn't want to go for any engages before the start of the turtle here. The build so far, Hunter Strike already built out by the side of Meat. He's still ahead. Onto the goal, he's still able to reach out to Yuruski farm here. Finally, one turret taken down to the bottom lane. This is gonna be giving a little bit of a goal lead for the side of Nexus here. They are maneuvering quite well though.
Exactly so. And hey, these teams, they are doing an amazing job right now, but as we can see, the engage coming in with the tech charge onto Max, and he's still surviving just because of the revitalize.
Okay.
Finally falls down to Super Jesus, and now Yurski will be trying to take the turtle. There's 4 members of the side of Azalea Boom right here, and somehow Nickel Scream is dealing damage, but it's not enough yet. And there we go, Nini Kumar will be using up the Black Dragon form. He needs to mark down the Kimi, and that's exactly what he does. Okay,
Okay.
no, but he's too far though. But he's not getting that range. He's just not able to reach the Kimi. That goes to say that Chef Icy, his positioning has been on point.
Yeah, I mean, if you can position so well with an immobile hero like the Eve, that Kimi with a bit of mobility is already a good hero for him, and you won't be able to catch him on time too. And moreover, he still have the flicker, so if things turns to worst, he still will be able to flicker out. But the fact that into that team fight, there was a lot of isolation coming through for Super Zizis and Nini Kumar too, and I think Super just went out into those isolation here because I think Nini Kumar wasn't able to get find the perfect targeting, and he was getting taken down right there. But top lane, they might be doing something here though.
Yep, but that's like 2 ultimates already used up by both Max as well as Chef Icy. The traction pulse is one of the key engaging factors for the side of Team Nexus, and I think they will be playing right around it. They need to play it safe, and if it honestly works out for them, it would be a pretty good thing if they can make it work.
Yeah, if they can make it work, that is. And I'm yet to see, Nicholas Grimm with the fire combination. It's not working out, man. The nuclear convoy is not coming through for this Gushin here right now, and I think it's definitely gonna be hurting them just a little bit because the presence of the mates comparison to the from Nexus and from the side of Agelia is so different. They don't really have that much of a damage onto the Gushin because he's only getting the lightning truncheon, but mid side though, look at that.
Okay, that's a double knockup coming in from the Grog, but he's gonna get taken down himself. Max gets taken down by Chef Icy, who has the Sky Piercer, and that's some easy stacks for him. But
Yeah,
onto
easy
the bot
snakes.
side, yep, look at Mead though. He's so aware of his surroundings. He knows that the Yuzhong is present in that situation, so he just backed off.
Yeah. I think he knows that he's going to be the one getting countered upon because the Yuzhong is definitely going to be able to have the better spell vent because I don't think he have the wire access yet. But the lore is going to be taken freely by the side of Nexus here. Agelia Bloom cannot do anything but watch it getting taken down by Seth Icy here. The only thing that Yusuke can do is go for the split push potential, and it is a Suyo, right? And I don't think he's fast enough to survive if they are able to reach on time mid lane.
Clearly enough, Uranus is just zoning everybody away so far. The minions, though, they need to keep an eye on them a little bit more because the
Yeah.
minions are actually hitting down the tier 2s. And if the tier 2s goes down, that's when the lane pressure really starts. But
Yeah.
we'll see how it works out because the Lord is going to march down and they are trying to sync up the waves as much as they can.
And it's only 9 minutes of the game, so when it reaches that, it's still there's still gonna be a little bit of a the holy blessing. So this might be a bit of a time for the side of Azealia Bloom to have that final comeback. But the thing about this lineup is Nexus they have 2 marksmen and they are already scaling so well because Mitty already got the Malefic Roar, which means he's gonna be able to have the damages onto the tanky utilities also, and we kind of needed that as well. And I think he also got the Warx, which is very definitely necessary for 170 to score for the Seth IC as well. Onto the Kimi is definitely going to be in favor for their side here, and I don't think the Gusen can go anywhere near the Kimi too, because the main reason for picking out the Gusen has to be to burst out the Yi Shinshin and the Kimi together, at least one of them, and he hasn't been able to find the right targeting just because of the presence of the Grokt, and of course always the zone coming through from the Uranus.
Exactly. So, I mean, what can Azalea Bloom really do here? They need to find a shutdown onto me, they need to find a shutdown onto Icy, and to get both of those, they need the dragon to jump on them. But these two are so accurate with their positionings. But the end of the day, we'll have to see how much zoning that Super Jesus can do onto the Beatrix, because Beatrix is the one who needs to deal the damage. And honestly,
Yeah.
I have no idea where they were going or what they were thinking with that Gushin pick, but 0-4-2 at an all stakes game, that's not the path you want to take.
The thing is, it's kind of bad that the Beatrix makes much more sense than the cushion at the point of the time, because as against for a Beatrix against a CC, it at least give it a 50-50 into the lane clearance, right? Because for clearing the lane, you cannot get joned or phrased upon when you are using a Beatrix, because you have guns for every situation, and that kind of makes sense. And I feel like the Gushan pick into the onto the game. Never mind, mid lane.
Definitely mid lane looking a bit in danger there, especially the Beatrix though. He's getting caught out so much, especially because of that Grog just jumping far ahead, and the Kimi just doesn't work against the Garud Kacha, and I'm sorry, it's the vice versa. The Garud Kacha doesn't work against the Kimi, and it's very visible in this match. Meat should be able to secure the Lord pretty easily. He's trying to bait it out right now. Oh, look at the CC. He's trying to go in for the Beatrix onto the left side.
Oh,
Definitely zoning people
okay.
away. Frost has to back off with the AOG, so that's one engaged mechanism already taken out of the board. Let's see how this one works out.
The lore easily taken by me, and this is, if I have thought that the Yi Xuanxin would be having a smooth game, I wouldn't be thinking about this game, because honestly speaking, he have like a counter, like the Yuzhong is already there, the Gato is already there. That's a massive counter for a Yi Xuanxin, and you cannot play well against the Yi Xuanxin. And on best case scenario, the Gusion could eventually burst it out as well, but this cannot be, hasn't been happening for this Yi Xuanxin, and I think mid is very smooth onto this hero right there, because even his counters cannot really try to stop him at this point of the time. And I think it also has something to do with Super Z just being always out there into the midst of the five members of Azealia Bloom, and he's just giving out vision of where they are gonna be, and just joining them away, not letting them near anywhere near of his own teammates. And even if they go near, Stevenson is always ready to ult.
Clearly enough, and now they're gonna be charging down with the Lord Frost again. He gets countered by
Oh.
the AOG.
Oh.
That's a bad
Okay.
position to be in, and he gets taken down so very
50.
easily. And now Neko's Scream is getting chunked down as well. Beatrix uses Renner's apathy to just try and keep people away from his base, but how much can Beatrix really do? There's the DHS as well, and that's
Okay.
a 4-man Petrify though.
Whoa.
The damage is definitely there from Meat. The Meat will be taken down, and Chef Icy needs to stay alive. A holy
Okay.
1 HP escape, but the base is wide open. Maki is trying to mark down the Beatrix as much as possible. He's trying to take down Miko's Queen as well. They're marking down the base. There is one whole wave trying to come in, but there we go. That's the power of the rocket, dealing way more damage than you would have wanted it to.
It could have turned so bad if it was any other marksman. I'm surprised to see that Max has been great onto the gun changes that I have so far, able to clear it out so well too. And I don't think Super Caesars will be able to feel anything here. He does have the consecration, still will be able to survive whatever combo has been acted upon him. The law is gonna be up, but it's gonna be taking a bit of a time, so this might be a time for the side of Azealia Bloom to have at least some of the farms necessary. And you know what? I feel like, oh man, Yuski, he's not being sent to play the macro factor that he's been trying to do here, because they always know that the jungle is always going to be protected here for the side of Team Nexus, and they're not going to be giving any farm to Yuski most of the time, and he's going to be needing out the damages, right, to try to dish out all of those items and give out those damages. But they did not let him do that, and at this point the Suyo might eventually have to be the only clearance that they need. They will be able to clear the Suyo only and not being the damage dealing potential, and I don't see them winning out onto this game if they don't let Max farm up.
That's the situation it is, but now the Lord is up once again and Meat has already started it. But the side of Team Azalea Bloom this time around, they are looking for the Lord. The bait has been taken. And oh no, the backside! Oh,
what?
jeez! Max gets marked out. Mikey is definitely gonna chase that. He's gonna get the killing spree. That amazing conceal play coming in onto the backside, but Chef Icy getting marked down by the Yuzhong this time around. He will get taken down. The passive is enough to hit, but Meat will get marked down by the Gushen. It stands at the edge of the AOG and will get taken down this time around. But Super Jesus on that Uranus should be able to hold him in his position. And now Mikey is back for the kill. They need to go for the base. The base is wide open and oh no, Grok is not gonna let him recall no matter what. And hey, there we go. That's Team Nexus going to be securing a 2-0, a 2-for-none completely against Team Azalea Bloom.
That is such a successful bait coming through from the side of Nexus. I don't know whose call it was, but I pretty much should put my hands onto Stevenson for calling that, because that conceal play, they were acting like they were trying to go for the Lord, and not Yurski, Meat was the one actually starting onto the Lord, and they went for 360 onto the other side, and best case scenario, they caught Maxed, and who would have expected him to be there? But Yurski with a bronze, yeah, that's something he wouldn't stop hearing from me, of course.
Yeah, that's game number 1 though. Yeah, definitely do not understand the thought process behind the cushion. I mean, it works out to burst people down, but if you aren't able to burst people down, why would you go ahead with it? But what's fine is fine. That's game 2 taken down. Match number 3 between Azalea Bloom and Team Nexus. Nexus will be moving on towards the semis. We'll soon be back with our 4th match.
Nice, Gushen.
Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
True power dwells within the spirit. Try to embrace all that you are.
Now you lead the way to the next adventure.
Butterfly is born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Uranus has awakened.
True power dwells within the spirit.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale. I swear to protect it till my last breath.
See value in me? You should.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weak.
Valor and royalty in a dead body.
They still let go of the Fanny, so if Blade is a dude, right, he will first pick the Fanny. I don't think he will though. Decider? This can be something else though. Wait. I think they might rather Hilda than Grok, but the Grok can counter out the Hilda again. So there we go. None of it is a good absence. This is one of the Dusty Mizo's perfection. It's gonna be the Yuzhong that is gonna be picking away. But onto the other side though, Kelmis, they do have an option to try to go for the Cloud, and there's gonna be a direct Cloud pick onto the Golden side. I'm pretty unsure why they did not prioritize onto the Cloud, because it was already a given that Kermis would have been going for the Cloud anyway, because they already banned away the Freya. Okay. Nintai, I think is gonna be onto the Grok, so they decide to give out the Grok. So Ilu, I think you can play the Khalid here, because the Grok, not the Grok. I think the Fanny is a safe choice now, because they already picked out their the roam, which is not really a lockdown, but the Grok can be annoying for the Fanny too. Oh, Minlay! Oh, jeez! This is gonna be the one trick picked away. Minlay is gonna be onto the Kadita, finally left open by the teams, man. And Hilda, of course. This is such a textbook pick coming through from both of them.
Fight.
One trick kill
For
the.
the ultimate answer.
Oh wow.
It's not. I'm joking.
Literally. Like, I mean, Kadita against Grok and Claude and everything. It works wonders. This
This
Yen
land
man,
is our homeland,
I
and it
mean,
will
I
soon be
don't
your
want to share
burial
it right now,
ground.
but yeah, his goal, it's good, but he's losing to me, but okay, fine, whatever. Uh, he just needs
Okay.
to find the trajectory which his team wants him to find, because if Cody goes in for something tanky frontline, like, but Cody needs to go damage here though. They've got two very tanky picks already, the Grok, the Lapu. I
Yeah,
think
that's right.
the Suyo would be a decent choice if he can dodge the Kadita. Other than that, not the Lucas. Lucas doesn't work against the Kadita. We saw that. What else can you really pick? Oh, the Leomord. Oh no, Leomord is banned out.
Yeah, they banned it.
It's only the Suyo that's valid so far here.
Yeah, they have to let it go, but the Yushin is gonna be the prio ban here. I feel like, Blade hasn't been playing the Fanny, but he has been spamming the Yushin and the utilities like the Leomords, like the Xbox. So Yushin is one of his comfort too. So I think they do know that, so they ban it away because given the fact that Rem will be knowing them pretty well, they know that the Yushin could be a very valid option for the side of Blade here. But onto the other side though, what can Johan ban here? Wait, what is wrong with the screen? There's something wrong with the screen.
Yeah, I think that's just the network. I think it's the network. Yeah, it
Okay,
was
there we
the
go, there we go.
slight bug here and there, and oh, is it me or did Prime not ban?
I don't think they ban it. That's why I thought it was something of a bug. They didn't ban,
okay.
huh? Moscow! That's top tier level respect, man.
Damn. I mean, Blade can easily go in for the Fanny here. It's only a Grok. He just needs to dodge the wall. The walls have like a 10 seconds cooldown, so that's enough to get a pick off on the
Yeah.
mid lane or the gold lane. So I think Blade can Lancelot here, he can Fanny here, he can even Hayabusa if he wanted to. So we'll see.
I rather he play the Fanny than the Lancelot because
Yeah, of course.
yeah,
Comfort.
his Lancelot is nasty, but in a bad way. Fanny is nasty in the good way. That's the difference. Okay. I think Goldie still have a Basha that he can play, so this should be a ban on the bit of a jungle. Oh wait, they ban away the Kimi. Okay, this is a target ban for Ram here actually. He's very comfortable under the Kimi, right? But does he still have the Farsa? But do you want to go against the Farsa against this Hilda and Kadita? But like you said, it's gonna be the Suyo that they wanna opt out for. So yeah, this should be a Harriet for Prime. Maybe a Fanny for Blade or a Lancelot. Which one is better here though? I would say Fanny against the Claude.
I would also support the Fanny, and even against the Suyo, the Fanny is just going to be very goaded in this draft. Prime got his Harriet, though we have been saying it for a year and a half now. Do not give Prime his Harriet, but hey, people never learn. And wait a minute.
Oh wait, seriously,
Oh,
he
no.
played the Hanzo yesterday though. I mean in
Damn.
ranked games. Can
Hanzo
he
buff,
do it?
Hanzo
Because
buff, bro. Hanzo buff
buff.
works wonders, especially against the Grok. It works wonders. Oh my god.
The tankiness, right? Oh no! Oh, boy! Instead, oh no! I was thinking that Joy could come true, but against the Claw, right? You would rather go for the Fanny than anything else, but maybe comfort is what matters here. And there we go. It's gonna be the signature pick for Ram as well because it's gonna be removed with the. It's gonna be targeted with the Kimi, so that's the only option here. But I don't think Versailles is a good pick here though, because there's already the Kadita, right? And there's a Yuzhong again.
And the Joy, and the Yuzhong.
The Joy. Hilda.
Oh dear.
One Purify is not enough.
Exactly.
So I hope he have a good positioning with this, because the Versa, if played right and positioned right, he can be a bit of a counter for the Harris. He gonna be needing a little bit of a help though against the Harris, but this is solid lineup coming through from the side of Johan yet again. But the Grok, can be the game changer from Nintai.
The draft looks very like, I mean, comfort-wise, it's in the hands of Zohan, but we'll see how Karmis decides to play this one because they have been performing and they just need to keep up their momentum. But
Yep.
if we were to judge the Land of Dawn present before us here, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you once again to the last game of the day, the first match of the best of three. Two more to go, provided they go for a 1-1 and maybe one more if both of these teams decide to go in for a clean sweep. So far, both the drafts look decent. A little bit of that lane advantage coming into the hands of Team Karmis because they have the Grok as well as the Barca. Elo needs to be a little safe there, but in terms of jungle, I think the Joy will have a faster clear.
Yeah, he's gonna be having a faster clear into the early stages of the game, and Joy has been direct for a long, long time. Joy has been used as a direct counter for the Suyo, right? Because it have a good magic damages, and when it get the second item, which is supposedly most of the time gonna be the Holy Crystal, he's already good enough to try to dive in most of the time, and that is definitely going to be abused by Johan as well. But I think the rotation can come through on both of the sides here yet again, because of course the movement coming through from the Joy is definitely going to be up to the par. But onto this other side, I think this is a good rotation coming through from Ram, right? Against the Yuzhong, you want to rotate out onto his lane, never mind Nintai flickering away.
So, and now as far as we can see, Team Sohan does not really have the goal lead or anything. It's so far equal for them. But in terms of EXP, I feel like Zohan wins this one. Even on towards the goal lane, Yen is 4 now. He's winning. But as the game progresses and Prime gets his items, I think the Harriet will have the much easier time. Onto the mid side though, Hilda definitely pressuring Rem into forcing himself towards the backside, he making him retreat a bit.
Yep, this is the first of the Elu here onto the Hilda here, but they are able to chunk away a lot of quite of HP, so the turtle can eventually be started upon by the side of Karmis here, unless does Dimijo have another thing to say?
Definitely can see the first blood being taken down by Poki onto Dusty Mizo. Not the best of situations to be in because Yu Zhang is considered to be the Lapu Lapu counter, but there we go. Suyo will find the retribution quite easily. Joy was nowhere to be seen in that, but he did take away the red, I feel. So that's a good decision making coming in from them. A small little micro. Oh, Ilu needs to be safe. Feather airstrike is gonna lock in. Oh, he dodges it. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, okay.
Okay. Movement, that's the perfect sidestep coming through from Elu here. I mean, the dude has been playing the Hilda for a long, long while, right? So he might be able to be doing that. Rem, though, able to walk away. That's the power of the Purify. Now, I think there is a one target down, but they still aren't able to have a pick off, so everything might be in favor for the side of Karmis here right now. They are positioning so well, but Nintai, though, look at that.
Yep, trying to look for the engage. Will get the knock up onto 2, but Ilu will manage to run away with a flicker. Cody is trying to chase him down. Will get the kill with the blade surge. I mean, it's the nerfed blade surge, but okay, it works out for them. And play should be able to get his HP back. Yep, that's the passive working wonders for you. Dusty Mesa trying to look for a little bit of an engage. Will get stunned right away by Rem and stopped in his tracks as Suyo goes back to farming. Onto the goal side though, we need to take a look at the items for Claude and Harith because Rem is here for the backup. They definitely will be using the Petrify. That's way too much damage. And Nintai is definitely there on the backside scouting for anybody he can find.
I think that was a good purify there. If he hadn't purified, it could have been a sure kill coming through from Ram and the early rotation coming through as well. But hey, mid layer! I think we caught that in 4K HD, by the way. That's gonna be a 55 miss. We gotta record that. But Blade,
oh, no,
I think he's
Blade?
there.
I mean, it's okay. He managed to dodge the last blast of the electrifying, the feather airstrike, and the electrifying beats was just used up to clear as much as possible. Dusty Mesa, though, in the middle of 3 people here. Guess the Petrify will be baiting out the Purify from Rem. So technically the turtle should be an easier engage, but that's no Petrify, no Purify either. So who is going to make the mistake first. Oh, look! Oh, look at Rem though.
Hello?
Yep,
Rem?
yep. That's the thing we were talking about. Who makes the mistake first? And it's going to be Rem. Blade definitely trying to go in for the engage with electrifying beats. Will take in a lot of damage. Will get taken out by
Oh!
Nintai's tech charge. But Prime takes down Cody as Rough Waves will find Pokey into the backside. And now Nintai will also get taken down by Dusty Bezo. He can try to get a little bit of the chase in, but will use the Battlemeter image to just back off.
I think could have been. It shouldn't have been a win by Johan if they did not have that big pick off onto Rem right there. And I think Elo still just walking directly to it first. I think he's gonna be dead. No, easy, easy.
Yep. Yeah,
There we
he's
go.
dead. His partner is like, you kill me once, I'll kill you twice. That's the kind of exchange they're having right now.
Maybe some beef, you know. Yeah, I'm cooking something. I'm joking, but I think at this point of time, Johan are not relaxing, you know, and this is not a team that relaxes either. So Kermis have been very calculative on whatever engages that they have been creating upon themselves because they do have a pretty simple synergy, right? They go for the textures, they go for the airstrike and try to let Cody in, but for the airstrike, just for the zone against the turtle though.
Exactly. And now that's another turtle being secured by Karmis, and somehow Zohan is kind of losing the map control that they would have liked to have with Harita on their side, because they need to give Prime the time he needs to farm up as much as possible. Look at that though, he's using up some efforts just to clear the lane, which means that Nintai gets a green signal to try and go for an engage, but Prime, being the Harita user he is, definitely manages to stay alive despite the pressure being created onto him.
I think it's important that the Harriet doesn't be needing that farm. But wait, Cody, how is he still able to survive that perfect rough way? But I think it has something to do with the turtle. Look at that though, Elu. He might be trying to dive in, but it's gonna be stopped with the wall here. That's the presence of the god that can do against the Hilda. But right now, the Steam is there with the dragon.
Yep, can see the engages coming in. There's one turret being secured by the side of Team Zohan, but onto the bot side as well. Lapu is kind of doing the same thing by cutting out the waves so the minions can push in. But yeah, Blade will be there for the rotation to easily clear out the minions for himself. So that's like a mirrored kind of rotation, but Zohan got the better end of
Mhm.
it.
And the fact that Cody was still able to survive every time is definitely going to be in favor for the side of Kermis here because him not being dead is definitely into their favor because he's able to reach out onto the XP levels of the joy of Blade, and that is definitely what you want to do when you are a Suryo and you are going to be onto the losing matchup. But
Oh,
hey,
okay, Mentally, we see why you are the Kadita player you are, but that's not enough damage to take down either Pokey or Yens, and that's a Purify used up though. So at the Lord fight, it will be more useful for Dusty Mizu to get the Petrify onto that Claude, provided he uses
yeah.
it. Oh no, yeah, that's going to be an early
Oh,
Petrify already, and Rem gets bursted down by the Petrify plus Electrifying Beats combo.
yeah, that was actually a great combination coming through from the side of Jungwon. Whatever fights they are in, they are so aggressive and chaotic, and they actually won it out with that. But without Ram being there, I think it's definitely going to be a good one. Pokey spotted out.
Definitely, we'll get the stun onto Prime, but Prime, oh my goodness, he's still making it out
What?
alive! But the tech charge, it doesn't really work out there. But Pokey has the sustain as well, and he will be
Wow.
able to take down Prime. Cody here trying to look for an engage onto Ilu. The Blade Surge expires, but they are still gonna commit to it a little bit.
Blade?
Rem though, the positioning! Blade with the joy. That's just an amazing engage coming in onto the backside.
I think that was he did not expect a Blade to be there onto the perfect timing there, and I don't think he actually has a say in that because Joe is actually very moving very fast whenever he wants to try to go for the kiting. And I think this would be a free lot coming through because Cody, I don't think he'll be able to reach on time because the dragon is going to be popped and it's going to be getting zoned away. There's no way they'll be able to try to get this lot here, so it's easier to try to defend it rather than to try to contest it. But the thing is, they do have a later part, the late game potential. Their second plan should be the Claude. Even onto this Claude, you will be able to have a good clearance in comparison to the Harriets against those neutral objectives, so they can play around with that. But there's also one factor that Kermis have been successful in defending some turrets, but bot lane though, 1v1 again.
I know. Prime getting marked down so
Prime.
much as well as the tech charge. Can he? Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, he really just made it out alive, nearly. Wow.
Oh
The
my
damage
goodness.
from Pokey was enough. I think his Purify was like a second or two
Yeah.
late. Jeez, that's just called bad luck at this point.
If he survives that, he could have been, goated, so goated. Of course he wouldn't be, but for the airstrike, just for the Joan, I think. Look at that door.
Oh, definitely a good engage. The blazing duet onto the backside, dealing quite a lot of damage at the
What?
blade.
You
Black
look-
Dragon would be used to just back off, but the Lord is going to be charging down top lane, so that's one turret being given away for free. While Mintley tries to take down the one down bottom lane, and here as well, they are trying to mark it on top mid lane as well. Blade will be using up the Electrifying Beats for Rem, who has to use up the Purify and run away at the same time.
That was a good bait onto the Purifier as well. I don't think they really want to fully commit on to the Farsa here, because even Blade wasn't ready to try to dive in again. But I think that is a very, very good waste onto the Purifier right now. This means that whenever does they have the Petrify, it's gonna be earlier than the Purify. He can go in with the dive and just get a kill onto Ram, because I think he's gonna be the main damage source as of now, because I think even is still far behind, because he's going to be needing at least one more item. That's going to be the Trinity. And into the later part of the game, right, when you are against the Joy, you kind of need the distance as well, which means that you're going to be needing extra item. Malefic gun, by the way, and I think he's going to be actually able to do as something when he gets that. And I think Karmis are kind of waiting for that, but Ilu though going in.
Oh, we'll be looking for the engage as Mintley finds the mega kill. Right
Oh.
onto Rem. Yen will be using up the Purifier as well as the
Oh,
basic duel at
Petrify?
the same time. But Destiny
Oh.
on the backside gets the bigger kill. Prime finds the kill onto Yen this time. Only two people alive from the side of Karmis. The domination is not being seen anymore, because right now Mintley has the Wishing Lantern. Prime will also be picking it up real soon. He has the Holy Crystal, and that's the power spike he needed along with the Starlium Skith. So technically enough, Zohan is at an amazing lead right now. Yeah, there we go. That's the knock-up from the Fish Lady. And Stimizo actually sustains it all along with the rough waves being used up. Oh no, Rem, mistake. He had to use up his Purify as well.
Oh.
Jeez, that was so close.
The Kadita shouldn't be put into the hands of mid laner. This is the reason why it's mostly banned when you play against Johan 505. This is score. And to the side of Johan, they already got 2 holy crystals, which means that they have a lot of magic damage and a lot of good items into their kit as well. They are very rich when you have holy crystal under the 10-minute mark. This is already 12, but I think Boki has been successful in trying to defend himself and sustain a lot of those damage coming through from the side of Johan. But this is the fact that Rem has always been getting zoned away is costing them quite a lot. It's all mainly done by Ilu here, and the other zone potential. Oh, never mind. Look at the engage though. Oh.
Exactly. So yeah, they just decided to back off, I guess, because the Lord is gonna be coming down
Yeah.
top, and they need to sing down the waves though.
They do understand that this lord will be a little bit delayed into the top lane side, so they need to wait until the mid lane as well. But when it is able to go in, I think it's gonna be either Mintley or Dusty Mizu who will be trying to set up for the team, and I would like if it was the Dragon instead of the Kadita that can do all of those. Look at that though.
Exactly, they are trying to go in forward. There's some on force as well for the air strike. Prime will manage to dodge it, and that's the amazing engage coming in from the Grok. But it isn't going to be of any use because Mintley manages to nullify everything with his own knock-up. So there's going to be one inhibitor in their hand, and the rest of it actually being defended by the side of Karmis. But they're still looking for more. Maybe the stuns come in onto the backside. Oh, the Joy will be forcing Rem to back off. 2 damage dealers out. Only the Lapu left. Onto the backside. The Cody will manage to find Dusty Miza, but is it going to be enough is the question, because Prime is still looking for more as Cody finds a double onto Mintley too. But Blade here will get the chase. Doesn't make the play, and he is going to get taken down. Prime is the only one alive so far, but he doesn't have the Wishing Lantern to try and get damage. But, oh no, oh my god, Cody?
Oh,
wants to be
okay.
safe, but
Oh,
no.
what?
Oh, Illu with the ultimate
You know.
gets the kill, and now he's gonna be trying to lock down the base though. That's like crazy. Being a tank and locking down the base with the minions. Wow.
This is now this is Johan anyway, because the first time they backed away even when they weren't successful with the damages that they had and unable to take anyone down, and they were backing away. That was the discipline that Johan did not have, and now the re-engagement was the one that Johan should have. This is their style, and yeah, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't fall behind. And I think they're gonna be throwing some of the states just a little bit here. They're gonna be losing a little bit of the gold lead that they have right now. A little bit of a bleeding space where Karmi is here. And I think they're full built onto the damage for the studio here. Cody might eventually be able to take some people down and get the damages done when he have the right targeting. Mainly though, I think he might be something onto something disgusting here, because the positioning so far is like he's just trying to go for the kiting when the lord is already up, and this should be a contest because I don't think Kermis can defend if they let go of this lord.
Exactly, so that's the whole problem. But look at Illudo on the backside. He's taking in quite a lot of damage, flickers out of the feathered
Yeah.
airstrike zone. But now that means there's a green signal from
Oh!
Blade Whirlwind, and he goes in and he gets knocked up, and he is still sustaining it all for some reason. Dusty Mizo will be the one falling prey, while Ninta is the one
Yeah.
from the side of Karmis, and now Poki will be caught out alone in the middle of 4 people. He's still trying to sustain it. His Queen Spin's passive is gone, which means he isn't gonna be regening much of that HP, and yep, that's gonna be Blade bursting him down instantaneously, and now the Lord should be free access for the side of Zohan, and yeah, there we go, Cody's gone as well. Yep, that's a pretty sure and
Yeah.
easy Lord for these people.
I think it's mainly because Cody did not have the rose gold either. That must be his last build. And of course, the studio is kind of weak against magic damage dealer, so this is also one of the main factor why they picked away the Joy as well, even though they had the Kadita already, even though they have the Harris already. I think this time around, it's definitely going to be good for the side of Johan here, even though they look like they lose onto the team fight because they lose a lot of members, even though not a lot of members. They took a lot of time taking away Poki. They did buy time for themselves to try to wait for the Lord, and they managed to get a kill onto Cody as well, which being an opening for them to try to take the Lord freely. They should be able to end the game here if they don't do their classic Zohan chaos. Yeah.
That's what, and I don't know why they. All these games, bro, why aren't they able to end the game with the Lords? It's like somehow or the other, someone or the other throws. Look at Mindley, tries to go in, uses the Petrify, and he's still alive. Okay, that passive really saved him their prime though. He's trying to deal some damage, but the Winter Trunking will be used up by Yen. But what in the world is this? Everyone is escaping at 1 HP and no one is getting the base. It's just the inhibitors are going down, and right now it's gonna be a long game of lane pressure coming in by all these people, and nobody is gonna be taking the Lord. 4 people at Lord, 1 person defending base until there's a sudden wipeout. That's just the course of these games.
That's exactly what we are looking at right now. But Pokey though, I think that's a good zone coming through. That Steamy Zone will be taken down by Cody. Might be next onto the chopping block here. They're still in the chase.
That's the buff we were talking about. That's the cooldown buff. Oh my goodness. Hello.
No, the wall.
Nah,
the wall
man,
happened.
nah. The wall. Jesus. Oh.
This is so signature, coming through from Johan. They decide, okay, Blade. Nah. Yeah, very questionable, but I think he thought that he might be able to dash away. But Elo is going to be the only one surviving there. 18 minutes for Dusty Mizo to come through. That's not the best clearance that they have so far. Kermis will be marching into the mid side here. Elo, the sole survivor. Can he be able to defend this right now? He's going to be quite tanky enough. There's no much of a burst, but the wall might eventually be saving them. Look at the dragon though.
He's trying to zone away the people so they cannot push forward.
Oh, Butterfly
onto Cody, but he's gonna be no. The passive is the game changer here, and now the rough waves is gonna melt Pokey, at all costs, but
No.
he's still alive. The Queen Sphinx passive, that singular heal from his skits for skill. Just wow. What in the world was that survival? I have no words for this whatsoever.
This hero should be nerfed, man. I mean, we do not care. You know, it shouldn't have been the Yuzong that got the nerf. It could have been the Lapu Lapu, man. What is that passive that they have with the heal? That was amazingly well done. And I think Poki also knows how to utilize onto this passive as well. But the Mount first will be popped in time. Look at that.
Clearly enough, as much as we can see, the side of Team Zohan is currently winning this fight. Though they take down 2. Yen, Cody is back online. Yen is down, so is Rems. That's 2 damage dealers already gone. While the side of a Team Zohan, they can actually take the Lord here. It's going to be the 20th minute Lord, the highest Lord of the game that you possibly can have. But I just don't know, because they do not have Prime. So is it even a good choice to try and take it? Because Cody, he's actually pushing down the base, and these two are doing everything they possibly can to try and delay these people. Oh no!
Oh, what?
Nah.
Okay.
That's just nah. And look at Ilu though. He realizes the mission is not these people.
He's going again.
Yeah, he's going for it, and he doesn't care. And so is Dusty. And yeah, that's gonna be it. That's going to be game 1, all in the hands of Zohan.
I'm sorry, man, but it's always trust in Johan to pull this kind of stuff, right? They will be throwing out and they will be not letting anyone predict what their next move is going to be. And Kermis did really, really well, especially Pokey. He was so good into the drones. He was sending them back most of the time, not letting the damage dealer back into their own place. But then again, it's always Johan with the weird decision makings that kind of macro that you don't usually see on normal metas. But man, I think they took their time, right? They took their long time. They could have ended the game into the second lord that they took into the 16th minute of the game, but they had to have a little bit of a throw, give it time for Kermis to have their farmed up as well. Even was hurting quite a lot at that point already, but the amount of crowd control and the damage coming through from the side of Johan was so much for Even to handle, and he got taken down. And I think that kind of opens up the way for Johan to end the game.
That's exactly what. And for now, Zohan will be taking away game number 1. That's a 1-0 lead for them in this best of 3. And we will soon be back after a short break for quite possibly the last match of this quarterfinals. It was
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
True power dwells within the spirit. trying to embrace all that you are.
See value in me? You should.
Let them play the hero. I will be the truth this world desperately needs.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Now you lead the way to the next adventure.
Dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
Nothing can withstand the withering. Against the endless erosion, my strength grew weaker by the day.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
True power dwells within the spirit, trying to embrace all that you are.
Yeah. Oh, the Kaleo is completely ignored it. And Joy actually ban. I don't understand, but I do understand the Fredrin and the Sora though. That's a target ban from Cody. He doesn't really care because he's gonna be picking away the Leomart first pick here. You know what I wanna see, Sarah? Lapu Lapu. In the hands of the Steamy Song.
Exactly. So and that's gonna be an instant Leomord log coming in by Cody this time. Like you do not give him the Fredrin and he's gonna go in for something like the Suyu or the Leomord. It's the meta, I know, but I think he's very biased towards fighter and tank jungles. What do you say?
Yep. Yeah, they are. That's why he is gonna be a little bit comfortable into the
planes
Leomar.
exists
So,
the
oh wait, that's gonna be Prime's heal, right? The Freya. They completely let go of the Freya. So they want to let go of the Freya because they want the Esmeralda to come true. I don't know because the last time that we have seen the Freya trying to get countered by the Esmeralda, it did not really go well because the Esmeralda did not really win into the lane. The Freya did well too. But the Yif, I'm pretty sure, is a very, very good option coming through from the side of mid lane here because I do know that he wanted to play a little bit of a boxy kind and deny the Yif instead for the side of Kermis here too. But oh wait, what? Don't tell me this is gonna be Blade on the utility.
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
It is.
Interesting choice, I'll say. But against the Leomord, though, the Baxia is not that good of a choice, especially just because the Leomord, like the Esmeralda, I can agree the anti-heal effects hits hard, but that Leomord is just something you can't, you just can't. It doesn't work out that way.
Payback
Yeah, man,
time.
I don't know what this team is cooking, but all I do know is that you cannot play the assassin because of the Hilda, so that's that. But onto the other side, the Farsa band, there's a target band right from for Pookie here, and they can let go of the Kimi because they already have the Basha that cannot really die against the Kimi because that's a very good option here. But for the side of Carmenus, they can ban away the XP laners right now. They ban away the Yuzong already. The Uranus can be banned. They can let go of the Lapu Lapu because they already have the Esmeralda. Unless they have the Esmeralda, they want to put the Esmeralda into the gold lane side, they can ban away the Lapu Lapu too because that can be a target ban for the side of the Simiso as well. Kadita ban. I would have expected the Kimi, but they already, like I said, the Basha is already there, so they cannot really do that. So at least ban now. So for Dusty,
My
I think
kiss
these can be an
grants you
Arlet, but if he plays
immortality
the Arlet now, the
or
foreways
death.
can come through, so they can pick out they can pick out the, what is this? The room, right? What do Ilu wanna play here? Grok? Grok is still there.
Exactly. And honestly enough, onto the EXP, they can go in for the what is this hero again? Ah, the CC. Yep, they can definitely go in for the CC because
Okay.
you know what? They have got the Freya for the goal, so that's three front line, three damn front lines. So
Mm-hmm.
if they wanted, they could send Blade with the Yusunshin jungle and swap the Baxia for a roam here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of the box Sharon just because it's not that tanky in comparison to the Hilda, right? But they can work well with that too because that's one of his kind of main hero, right? He's comfortable under that too. But now that I don't think you should go for the Claude here because it's a Freya, but Rem will be not messing around. That's gonna be the Lunox. Even though he already see the Yev, this is such a
Come on,
expensive
Dexter.
draft coming
It's
through
our
from the side of
showtime.
Karmis here. I hope they can win it out on this because they're going to be losing onto the mid lane side already because there is a presence of the Yiv, and of course the Yiv will always be winning
Actually,
out
in my
against the Lunox
dream
into the early
world.
stages of the game. But then again, the Claw is actually very good when you play against the Yiv, right? So they want to do that, and I was kind of expecting the Esmeralda to go against the Freya into the gold lane side. So this will be a roam. So do they want to play the Grok now? Because I think the Grok is good against the Lunox here. And the Hilda too, yeah. So Ilu, what you want to play? Gatot? Oh wow. They want a Gatot here.
Muscle of
So they are
iron, bones of steel.
they wanna fully commit with the Gatot the CC combination. Huh. Okay. Not the not the worst, but not the best. I would have opt for the Grok here unless it's banned. Yeah, it's not even banned. Why did they go for the Gatot? Yeah, they need to reach out to the Hilda, right? So that can be a they want to be fast with the rotation with the Gatot together with the Hilda here if they have a good tone right now. But finally, Minley will be onto the Eve here this time around, a little bit passive onto the heroes that he's on because there's always going to be the dive coming through from the Hilda most of the time, and of course the Cloud as well. But that should be into the later part of the game that they have to provide. But onto the other side of the game now, it's going to be very important for the side of Johan to have at least the first turtle. It's more to deny rather than to have a benefit for themselves because I'm pretty sure if Cody is able to get out the first turtle, he's always going to be able to have a good kiting race.
Yeah, that's exactly what. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of dawn once more. And this is going to be quite possibly the last and final game of the quarterfinals if Team Zohan decides to go in for the clean sweep. But if Karmis can come back, then we will be going for one more tiebreaker. And look at Prime's confidence already is going in for the lane clear because he knows it's a Claude, and the Claude in the early game cannot really deal that much damage to a Freya.
Yeah, that's why they usually play out the Freya instead of the Claw into the first phase of the phase of the game. But I think even it's much more comfortable onto the
gets caught by 4 people. That's gonna be a
Oh,
taunt, and yeah, that's gonna be a very, very easy first blood for the side of Team Zohan.
they are able to find Pokey down, so this might eventually be giving a little bit of a leeway for Dusty Mizo to have a good laning phase, because one death is already costly enough into the early stages of the game, especially when you are into the side lanes, whether you are a goal laner or an XP laner. It's always all going to be in favor for the one who didn't die yet. But this time around, I think Prime, he's so free onto this Rhea. It's getting disgusting because he's able to see where the farm is going to go for the Cody for the Leomord, and you don't usually have that, but look at that Seal Unity.
Still can see a bit of an engage come in by either of these people, and now
Oh,
the Phantom Seed is going to come
Blade?
in with a double knockback coming in by Cody, but the members of Team Zohan are a little bit too tanky
Whoa.
for these people to handle. Cody gets one, the God of Kaja, but that's the curtain call, going to be locking down, and Mintley gets a double onto Cody, but they are also going to lose Blade in the process. Just a little bit overextension. Maybe they could have just let the Yve and CC secure the kill, and the backside could have gone back, you know?
Yeah, he did not need this done because they already have the current call. So I think they can go for the re-engagement here right now, because this time around Blade might be eventually fast enough to arrive there under the Lord. But hey, look at that though.
Definitely, we can see the killing spree come in from the side of mid lane. That's just how goated that Yve is onto the mid lane. You do not want to see a Yve as your lane opponent unless you have some kind of an amazing dive-in kind of composition who can burst down the Yve in a matter of seconds. Possibly something like Farsa,
Yep.
Kadita, those work, or maybe the Yuzhong onto the EXP or the Freya in the late game. But that late game needs time, and for now, Poki will be the one sealing away the turtle from Blade. So that's 4K HDR moment for you, Debbie. Right away.
Yep.
Ilu needs to run though. Ilu is very low, and Prime is gonna find Cody in the middle of it. Rem gets Blade, but now they've got to back off because Rem is gonna be caught in the middle of all these people. Prime definitely goes in for the engage.
Oh!
Flicker out. Prime flickers as well. That's gonna be a double engage. Taunt comes in by Illu. Definitely very perfect engages coming in by these two teams right now. Yen has to flicker out,
Oh!
but in play. Just waited for that engage. And oh, what is that bait? What in the world is that bait, Prime? Holy.
He's there, right? Thank God he's there. But this is gonna be poking next onto the chopping block. Is gonna be taken down. But I think it was a long awaited team. But that we can see right now, Ilu in trouble. Nintai finally able to find the low HPs that he's been looking for. But onto the other side, as Team Mizo able to get a lot of gold plating, which means that he's gonna be able to have a lot of gold lead right now, and he's gonna take out onto the first wheel as well. But onto the other side, Cody, I think is opting to go for the first wheel onto the wall X, which is gonna be giving him a lot of sustain and a 2 damage as well when deemed necessary. But looking at the position so far coming through from the side of Karamis, they wanna rotate up onto the top lane side against the CC, but I think Dusty kind of knows that something isn't right, so they do not want to force onto that as well. So this might be a mirror engage coming through from the side of Johan right now, but they cannot really do it because even this time around will be so behind onto his positioning that they cannot really read out. This is something good for the side of Karamis here. They don't want to lose out their goal laner again and again, no matter what the situation is going to be, because it's going to be the damage that they need into the later part of the game. But look at the position from Elu and Blade, though.
Exactly so. And right now, as far as we can see, there's gonna be another engage coming in from the side of Zohan, but Rain will be the one finding Blade immediately this time around. The burst damage is a little too much for him to handle, but there's clapback coming in from the side of Zohan. They take down Rem and Nintai as Prime is the one securing all those kills.
Oh,
but right now
Ilu.
he's sustaining everything. But Dusty Mizo, he's sustaining it all with the vengeance. Prime should be able to get Prime needs to run. He could have gotten one more kill there, but it's Dusty Mizo instead who secures the 4th kill in that team fight. And now Poki will be the only survivor. They need to find a way to melt down Poki, I believe, because he's gonna be a major threat in the late game.
Yeah, they have to have the Eve to be available when they want to poke onto Pokey here. And I think he's able to do that. But it was it was so confusing to see that the Freya was still able to survive, but Blade able to get the turtle, so Nintai unable to do anything because they don't have the jungle around. But this Freya is going to be very, very nasty here. He's going to be able to get onto the top turret as well. But Ram, though, he have the flicker right now, but he still shouldn't go for the engages onto mid lane because wherever you see mid lane, you're always going to be seeing Elu because that's how you want to protect your mid laner when it's an Eve, by the way, with 514 to the score, you know that he's going to be having all the damages and he shouldn't die because if he's dead, there's no poke onto Pookie. That's the Esmeralda. And of course, he's going to be having an incredible amount of seal but that away. But top lane, I think they want to rotate a bit out into the top side. But Ilu, though, look at that. He might spot something.
Exactly. So he's just looking for an opportunity to try and go in, and that's honestly just one of the tactics these people have to wait it out for, because the
Yep.
side of team Karmis, they are more of a pick-off comp, while the side of
Yeah.
team Zohunt, they need to wait out for the proper team fights. And yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Oh,
Prime, what in the
Freya?
world are you doing?
What?
Holy what? How
He's still
how do you
he still
manage to
lived.
do that? How do you
Oh.
actually manage to do that? My goodness, Prime. But that's the power of the what is it called? Of the War Axe that he has already. That amount of
Yeah.
sustain from just the ultimate and its shield. It's just crazy right now.
And I'm guessing you might go for the endless battle as well into the third phases of the build. I wanted Cody to, prioritize onto the Hunter Strike rather than the Warwick so that at least he'll be having a good movement speed and a bit of penetration. That is what is necessary into this team fight rather than the sustain because I think he's going to be the main damage sources when they are engaging upon. Of course, Ram is going to be there, but Ram is always going to be getting targeted by the XP laner here, so you cannot really be solely dependent on him. Even also going to be needing a lot of farm. I don't think he's going to be into the Trinity just yet. Just two, 1.5 build here. But Pokey right now, Phantom Stick coming in.
Definitely, that was
Wow.
a light ultimate. The brilliance being used up by the Lunox, and that's gonna be a very late AOG. But Prime, the damage, little too much for anybody to handle. Blade manages to sustain it. The power of a Baxia. Crazy sustain coming in from the side of Zohan, no matter what they are doing. But onto the top side, though, that's a sneaky little turret push coming in from Yen on that Claude.
Yeah, that is the only way he is able to play the card at this moment because he cannot really join to the team fight because it's always going to be melted down. On top of that, there's always going to be a bursty competition coming through from this side as well. Pokey solo defending onto this turret. This man's drives is definitely up to the par here. Very amazing. He's still so aggressive. He loved the turret so much, man, and I think it's very valid that he was able to do so here. But right now, Blade is gonna be he need the turret's response though.
Oh, sheesh. It's actually a Vengeance Esmeralda? Okay, that's interesting to
Oh.
see. And now the Brilliance being used by the Lunox there. AOG won't really hit anybody. Prime is taking the turret damage. He needs to back off. Dusty Miza will be
Blade?
using up the ultimate onto Lunox. But Blade, though, gonna be caught up just a little bit. But he decides to back off. But there we go. The Phantom Steed comes in. There's not really any toolkit left for the side of Zohan except for those taunts or slowdowns to try and stop Rudy now. So that's a very good engage coming in from the side of Karmis, and they're actually looking for more here. Poke definitely zoning away mentally as much as he possibly can. So yeah, that's not the best of situations to be in.
But look at the position of Prime so far. He's just trying to go in a 1v1 situation if he wants to. But hey, Dusty is going to be around there somewhere. So they cannot kill Pokey though. Prime, I think he's got to be careful. He's have the shield so the Esmeralda can do anything and everything to him. But yeah, for Pokey to be taken down, you're going to be needing mainly into the vicinity or even the 30%. But look at that. Phantom Steed. Wow. He got deleted instantly.
Yep. Instantly deleted. And look at Nintai, bro. Nintai, okay. Nintai is just a little too far ahead for the Hilda with no flicker on. So, I mean, he paid for what he did. Technically
Yep.
enough, someone needs to stay alive for now, and that's all they need to do because they've got every resource they could want for the late game.
Mhm.
All they need to do is take down the Claude and possibly the Lunox, and that's it for them.
Yeah. That's what they are thinking, and I think this is most of the time you can see the Lunox has been the main focus coming through from the side of Johan here, and I think that also give them a good start because they're always going to be joining him away. Looking at the build so far, a bit of penetration and anti-heal into the hands of Rammed onto the Lunox because it's very very required for him right now because the the heroes coming through on the side of Johan are so tanky and you're gonna be needing to burst out the Freya, the Boxia, and on top of that is also gonna be the Gatot Gacha here. But meanwhile, for the side of um Minley, I thought he did not have the glowing one. Interesting enough, he got the lightning Trenton instead.
Exactly, so now the engage breaks in once again. The AOG again lands a bit late and doesn't land on anybody, but Prime has already taken down Rim in the midst of it all. Cody is getting chunked down as well by Mindley
Oh,
with his amazing positioning this time around. He finds the double as well, stealing away all the kills from Prime possibly wanted. But now Dusty Miza will be trying to find that mid lane tier 1 with 3 members dead. It's going to be an easy lord and tier 1 on the mid side.
I think that was a good join coming through from Elu, right? That he was able to join, not Pookie, but the Claude away from safety, and he was forced to purify, so he had to then go back with the BMI, so he wasn't there on time to try to deal out the damages as well. But yeah, Ram being taken down to the early fights has always been in favor for the side of Johan because they cannot worry about Even anymore because he's always gonna be late, and even when he is late, he's always gonna be getting drawn away by Elu, especially. He wants to do that because the more he gets hit, the more he's gonna be getting out those passive, and he's going to be healing away when he get the basic attacks on time. So I think it's very well calculated by Johan here. Look at the zones coming through from Pokey, though it's the only one that can sustain everything is Pokey, right? And he cannot do anything alone though.
Exactly. So, and now the Lord is gonna be easily defended, I believe, and that's no inhibitor being taken down. So all they need to do is try and find that tier 2 onto the mid side, and that's the only way for them to try and get a kill. But Illu here taking in quite a lot of damage, and Intai is doing the same at the same time. But RWM
Oh,
will knock Intai down. That's a flicker getting wasted out. Okay, interesting. But the side of Team Zohan, they're just gonna have to back off and need to wait for those minions or Lord, whatever they decide to go in for next.
3 items already for Minley, which means that he's gonna be dishing out a lot of damage. And the later the game goes, the more the Eve is gonna be hitting because the cooldown he's gonna be having onto the first kill, and the Void Blast is gonna be lessened down, and you'll be able to spam it a bit by bit and as continuously as possible too. And even heroes like Hilda will not be able to survive. So I think they did a very good job in trying to fight over his flicker because the flicker is gonna be having a longer cooldown in comparison to the RWM here. 1v1 situation for Justy, Mijo, and Nintai. I don't think they'll be able to do anything though. Yeah, was he?
Yeah, exactly. So, oh no, AOG this time it's kind of with the positioning, and yeah, there we go. The RWM does manage to lock him down, and that will be the one falling prey. Prime tries to take down Rim.
Oh,
He's kind of successful in that. Blazing Duet dealing damage, but it's not enough to chunk down anybody because that's just a disadvantage of having the DHS nerf onto you. And as a DHS core user, you will be facing quite.
mhm. I that's also the reason why they are struggling, even though they are trying to go in. But Pokey finally will be taken down. Prime might be taken down again. Elu will be falling too, but the team is able to get a double kill. But right now, Prime in a 1v1 situation, still able to win it out. That is the power of the Freya that we were talking about. He's always going to be on top, no matter what the situation is going to be, no matter how low is it going to be. I think there was a full second to the Vortex as well as the corrosion side, which helped him survive for all of those, and the knockups coming through again. Yeah, that was definitely unfun. These things right now is looking so good, but this time around, in time might be in trouble here trying to get a kill onto the Steamy Zoe, but he's still able to survive with the help of the RWM. The Lord will be for the taking for the side of Johan, and I think this can be a good start. But the thing is, um, Karmis, they do have a good clearance with the Claude and the Lunox. It's just that they don't have at the opening. Lightning Truncheon built away by Rem. I don't know. Maybe he's kind of needing. He's gonna need that Genius one as well, or maybe the Holy Crystal too, because he hasn't been able to survive for a long while, and damage is not gonna be enough for a long time. Trinity already built away by the Claude even here, but it's gonna be needing up at least the winner of nature to fight against Prime onto the Freya because the lack of the items made him lose out onto that 1v1 situation.
That's exactly what. And as far as we can see now, and with a little bit of whatever network issues that I'm having, but it's fine because right now, as far as we can see, Zohan needs to find an opening to try and go in with the Lord. They haven't synced up their lane. They're letting the Lord
Yep.
go up top. Only Illu is trying to kite it a bit. But onto the mid side, Prime is definitely trying to mark down that tier 2 and should be looking for the inhibitor as well. The Lord is
Mhm.
strong enough right now to try
Oh,
and take the inhibitor. Brilliance will be used up. That's a green signal for Prime to jump in once he decides to do that. But nah, okay, that's a
Rosie?
Winter Crown play. But okay, interesting. For now, Rem will be taken down immediately by Illu. That's a wind chant being used up. No,
Oh,
wrong
what?
battle mirror image into the range of Freya's ultimate, and that's going to be quite possibly a wipeout as Prime is gonna lock down the base, and Zohan will be securing game 2 as well for a 2-0 progress right to the semis.
That is going to be the fourth team and the final team that we're going to be seeing to the semi-finals in this tournament so far. MVP is going to be Mr. Minlay onto the Eve, of course. Yeah, he is able to do so much with just one death on a hero that doesn't really have mobility, and going against a hero like the Claude and the Hilda on, of course, Pokey onto the Esmeralda. That is very, very, I mean, it's very congratulatable, if that's a word. But I think Johan, I think they really find a good footing there into the team that they are able to survive from, and letting go of Prime's Freya is not gonna be the best here, man, because you cannot really win in a 1v1 situation no matter how the timing is gonna be. And even I think he did make a mistake in trying to go in when there wasn't any damages in. He was farming the whole game, but he wasn't able to find the right place or the right position to try to get out all of those damages that he have done. But that was the game that we had so far. Right now, the last team that's going to be moving into the semifinals, we will be having the semifinals tomorrow, so that's 2 games, and we're going to be going into the grand finale onto Sunday. So I think this would be a goodbye, right, Shara?
Yep, goodbye and good night, and have a pleasant day tomorrow, everyone. While you wait for us to come back right in the evening, we will see you with these 4 amazing teams in the semis finals. For now, for today, this will be me, Sarah, taking my leave alongside Debbie. Thank you for having us so far. We'll be back tomorrow.
Lives were not meaningless. Their voice